like listen, like I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that they bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
I am doing a video that has been requested for quite a while. I thought I actually was done with these types of videos, but I guess these are some of the topics that a lot of people desire to, know about. And so I thought, why not? I've done many relationship videos. I've done a video on narcissism, being in a short-term relationship with a narcissist. I've done life over 50, dating over 50. So why not do this one? So I'm going to discuss today why I choose to be single at 60. And let me say this before I get started. My channel is for a certain demographic of people, right? And it's for women who are navigating middle-aged life over 50 and after. So if you're coming through this channel and you're younger and this doesn't resonate with you, I totally get it. You don't have to stay. But if you want to stay just because you're curious on the thoughts of a woman that's 60 plus, then stay. But I will not entertain any negative comments because there's plenty to watch on YouTube, okay? So with that being said, if you're interested in knowing why I choose this life at my age, I invite you to continue to watch. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the channel. It is morning where I'm at right now, and I'm gonna dive into this topic, and hopefully it won't be too long, but it may go 20 minutes. So if you don't have time to watch it, circle back at some point. But I want to thank you for being here. And if this resonates with you at the end of this video, then maybe you want to be a part of this channel.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. If there can be such a thing, happy Monday. Let's see. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button when you get here. Apparently, who knows? Maybe I've been what they call shadow banned, but so we go. If you're new to the channel, please make sure, excuse me, that you both hit the like button or the down button and subscribe to the channel. Check us out. See what we're about. It may not be your cup of tea, but no problemo with that. This is a lady that I've suddenly become fascinated with, and we're going to watch this video, even if it's not that interesting to folks in the chat. It should be interesting to me. We got the requisite news articles about politics and stuff. I actually had no clue what the show, if there is ever a theme to this show. Sometimes it's themeless, but I've been in the background kind of going back and reading some old stuff that I probably haven't read since college or high school. And I came across some stuff about, or videos about Edmund Burke, and some very interesting things about conservatism and American conservatism. And I'm not talking about MAGA. MAGA's not a conservative movement, in my opinion. American conservatism versus classical conservatism. Some differences there that I found interesting enough to maybe, present to the show audience. So that's what we're going to do today. And then we may continue that whole theme for the rest of the week. I haven't decided yet. But the bottom line, a lot of people that are calling themselves conservatives are not conservatives. That is something that I have had problems with for a couple years now here on YouTube. But let us go with this video.
I'm gonna invite you to go ahead and subscribe and give this video a like, thumbs it up so they'll trend with other videos. So I cannot discuss this topic without talking about a little of my past, okay? I think there are a lot of preconceived ideas about women or people in general when they get to a certain age that some things are not supposed to be desirable, or there's reasons why you're having to live a certain lifestyle. And I'm just going to debunk all of that, okay? I'm going to debunk all of those theories. So I'm going to be having my coffee today. I'm actually going to be drinking my coffee because I don't want it to get cold. But for those of you that are new to the channel, I have been married. I've been married twice, actually. And I would say my first marriage was the love of my life. So I thought, being young, meeting somebody when you're young, and there are all the things, he looked great. He was very fit. He was in the military, and he just swept me off my feet. And when you're young, you get caught up in all of that, the physical, the way the person looks, just all the material things that, can be done, the whining, the dining, the dating, and all of that. So that was the love of my life. So I thought at that time. And I was married to that man for 10 years. And when I tell you guys that the first year of our marriage was the only year that I can recall that was great. All of the dating life up to that point, which was probably about a year and a half, because he was in the military, so he was gone a lot. And then coming back and just jumping into marriage. That first year was probably the best year. After that, I lived a nightmare. I realized that I married someone that I actually didn't know. And when I say a man that took me down through some things with other women, even other children, it was a lot. I'm not going to even go into those details. I think I touched on maybe this years ago, probably over 10 years ago. I'm not even sure if the video is still on the channel, but you're welcome to look through inspirational videos if you want to see more relationship stuff. So after that breakup, I spent a significant amount of years, being a single mom, raising my children. When I married the first guy, I did have my son already. So I had 2 girls with my husband. And after we divorced, I spent a significant amount of time raising my 3 children. Then I took on raising one of my sisters, my oldest sister's daughters. My sister died very tragically in a relationship at 25. So I took on one of her children when she was about 14. And she stayed with us until she went to college at 18. So during the course of that, motherhood, navigating the single mom life, I had to gain a lot of independence, right? So I had to do all of the things. I was mom and dad because the fathers weren't present, right? So then I met this guy that I thought was really great. We were like really good friends. And I thought that would be the making of a good marriage, because that's one thing I didn't get an opportunity to do in the first marriage was be friends. So I felt like the fact that we had so much in common, we liked some of the same things. We both had dreamed of retiring near the coast on the beach. So we just had all these things, but he was a little bit younger. He was 6 years younger than I am. And I'm not going to go into a lot of the details why I didn't stay married to this particular guy, because it's a lot of legal stuff could get involved. But I did divorce him after 6 years. So I have been single as far as marriages ever since. And I've dated, I've been in a couple relationships, and but for various reasons, y'all know, relationships don't work out. So I actually started thinking about my life, and I thought about how I was raised as a young girl. And I thought about all of the things that I saw growing up. For many of you that don't know, I grew up in a home that had a lot of domestic violence. My mom was in relationships with men who physically abused her. And I kind of grew up fast. I call myself an adult at 15 because I was feeling like I was a parent and just trying to be a protective daughter and all of the things. And I said, one day I may go through this.
Well, I'm going to say this. This is a story that is interesting to hear, but I'm not feeling any sort of sympathy or even affinity to this story. It's like, I just was, I kind of, if I had my perfect world, all kids of divorce would automatically go through at least some sort of mental evaluation, or kids of single parents just as a part of like a wellness check, like once, if you have insurance or that sort of thing, you go through a wellness check every year. And I don't know, maybe it's already happening and I just don't know about it. But I honestly think that single kids who are products of single parents, and that would have included my son, by the way, but it's kind of a separate story because of grief counseling and stuff like that. He has been or had been. It wouldn't cost that much just to run kids through a little bit of a mental checkup coming out of these sorts of situations as children.
This actual story time, but I just can't right now. I actually started writing a book some years ago about my life growing up, and it just came to a dead standstill. And I may go back at one point in life and finish that. I don't know. But life has just done a lot to me. And I believe that things that you see growing up, the way that you live, greatly impact your life later in life. So I believe that. But being a single woman now, I have gained confidence that I lacked when I was younger to share my thoughts, to speak up when I wasn't being treated fairly in the relationships, accepting the infidelities in my first marriage and staying with the guy and allowing that to continue, and not, feeling worthy, I think, to get out there. Then fearful also, because here I am, a mom of 3 children, and not wanting to get out there in the world and having to, try to start all over again. So I think a lot of that had to do with the reason why I stayed so long. But now that I am mature, I've had to make a lot of mistakes and learn a lot of lessons and gain my confidence and let go of things that I can't change, and see the value in me, and that people will need to respect that. I'm a different woman now. I see a lot of relationships, and this is not any shade to anybody that's married, who normalize certain things like infidelity and abuse. And when they overcome that, they look at it as a success because they got to a point in their marriage where the person either aged out of that cheating because nobody else wants them, or they become ill, or they just maybe grow up at some point and decide that that's not for them anymore. But in the process of that, the person that spouse that you were married to had to endure some crazy, toxic, abusive, painful, degrading behavior to get to that point. And people brag about, I weathered, 30, 40 years of, and now my marriage is great. And they brag on it like it's an achievement, it's an award to have gotten through that. I do know that relationships come with many trials and ups and downs and maybe infidelities, but I don't look at it as a badge of honor to feel like I stayed in a relationship to someone who was very degrading and abusive, both mentally and physically. And to get past that, to feel like I have achieved or I've won, even emotional.
Hey, what's up, BD? You did some good stuff over at Latinos, by the way. So shout out to you. You were a calming, mature influence, and I think you were much needed over there. What's up, Bobby? Yeah, we'll probably have a couple, but I'm not wedded to it. I actually still need to make dinner, which is going to be catfish. It's going to be catfish. Don't know that I'm going to deep fry it though. That's just too much work. But I may even bread it and just kind of shallow fry it. I've seen Wilder, Big Dog, to be honest. I honestly think Latino, look, um, yeah, well, I don't know that you'd call us a gang. Let me talk to 12th Man for a minute. Yeah, 12th Man, one of these days I'll talk about it, but the FBI test is supposed to be one of the hardest, or at least it used to be in the early 90s. And I actually, I don't know that I aced it, but it wasn't like a close call. I actually did really well on it, well enough. And there were just reasons I did not want to do it. Um, Sometimes I kind of wish I had, but I think I made the right decision overall. One of these days I'll talk about it. But yeah, I was actually I passed the test. Um, I'm sure I could have done Quantico while I had just gotten out of the Navy, so I was still physically fit. Um, I To BD's point, look, Latino will find his footing. I just gotten to a point to where I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm gonna do what interests me, and hopefully, it interests other people. I don't have a high tolerance, and it might be my age. I'm 61. Um, I don't have a high tolerance for these little high school bullshit. Who cares what you did in high school? I've literally never been asked for a high school transcript when I was applying for a job, or even a college transcript for that matter. Um, we need to grow up. We need to stop talking about how we were in high school. And if you are still the same way you were in high school, then that implies a lack of growth. nobody should be the same way they were in high school. So I don't get that logic, if it can even be called logic. It's more an admission. It's more someone admitting they have not grown. So anyway, that is a Latino thing. He'll figure it out. He's smart, he's savvy.
Indiscretions. That's not an achievement to feel like because you have now gotten to 40 years of marriage that you are doing great. That's my opinion. I do feel that marriages will have challenges, but some things just are not supposed to.
I'm also going to make a point here. And the reason I'm kind of watching this is she's right around my age, and she's saying, hey, I'm 60 and single and want to stay that way. Who, after 2 marriages, it's almost a requirement that you should. You might just be at a point, and I'm talking about this lady here, that you are actually marriageable. And people can go back on the replay and rewatch this, or I put the link to this particular episode of her show in the show notes. By the way, I tend to put, especially during the weekdays, pretty much everything I show link wise is going to be in the show notes, just to, in case people want to do their own inquiry. But I got married late in life. And I was unexpectedly single. Went through, it's not easy raising a child by yourself after that kind of loss, because both of you, both the child and, in my case, the father, are just kind of traumatized. It was like, we were a tribe of 2. It was us against the world. And I'm never going to say never, but I'm not sure I'm fit to be married. Even being married for almost 10 years, I've spent most of my life single, and I'm just not sure that, like I said, I'll never say never, but I'm pretty sure I'm ruined. I've spent, 3/4 of my adult life single and kind of doing what the hell I wanted to do. And if I count the 9 years I was married, plus the extra 10 years. So somewhere between my son and my marriage, I was pretty much encumbered for damn near 20 years. And then I hadn't dated, because I knew my wife a couple years before I got married. I haven't dated in decades at this point. And then as a single parent, I kind of wished, look, it is nice to have a partner in marriage to bounce decisions off of, because I'm not always sure I'm right. And my wife was pretty good at, we agreed on our child rearing, but sometimes we disagree, but it was always minor disagreements. And one of us would just go whatever and just go along with the other. Making these life altering decisions for your child as a single parent, if you're very aware of how life works, it's kind of scary. You're sometimes second guessing yourself, like, and sometimes the child is smart enough to just make the decision for you. Like where my son went to college. As I said, I wanted him to either go to Princeton or the Naval Academy, and he didn't want to do either. So, anyway, I'm rambling. Let's just get through this.
Happen when you take those vows. And I'm going to stand on that. 10 toes down. I'm going to stand on that. But so looking back over that part of my life and realizing my value and who I am and not willing to accept that in any relationships, even the verbal assaults, the negative things that people can say, because even getting angry with someone doesn't come with you degrading them and being verbally abusive. And I do know as a youth, you will experience maybe some of that and have to go through some challenges. But at a certain age of life, and when I got married my second time, I was, in my late 30s. And some things just shouldn't take place. And so now that I've been single for quite a while and gotten comfortable in my life and realizing the value of peace and just being comfortable and living my life on my terms, doing the things that I enjoy, not having to alter my life because someone else doesn't like what I do or wanting me to do more of what they want. I've gotten comfortable in that. Some men will say, "Oh, you're too old. Don't nobody want you." I've heard that before. And that could be further from the truth, gentlemen. I'm letting you know. For the most part, all of my life, I have been mainly approached by younger men. And when I say younger men, more than 10 years. And I just have not desired to date anybody that younger than I am. So that is that reason. But I have dated a lot of guys that were younger.
Okay. Now, I know this is going to be borderline misogynistic, but I do not mean to be. Hopefully it's taken in the right way. But sometimes younger people, even if you're a man, sometimes being that attractive to younger or significantly younger people is not so much about your looks. A lot of it is how you act. If you're acting all immature, of course, I'm thinking of someone who shall remain nameless from last week who is all out at the bar and fucking and dialing into the show with her gay ZZ Top boyfriend, talking about nothing that was even recognizable. But hey, I just don't know that hanging out at the bar at 63, yes, you're gonna have younger friends, but I don't know that that's a good thing. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
And even today, even being 60 plus, men do approach me that are younger. Absolutely. And older. But I think I have gotten comfortable in the lifestyle that I'm creating for myself. As my channel name is Life by Design, I have designed my life, and to get in a relationship with someone else would mean changing or compromising and deviating from what I've built. And that's something I'm not willing to do at this stage of life. I'm just not. I believe when you become a certain age that you start to be comfortable in the surroundings, in the environment, in the home that you've built. And at this stage of life, it's not really easy to change that, because you do, I agree, have to agree to this, that people used to say a long time ago, you become set in your ways. And when you situate things in a certain way, you definitely don't really want to have to change that. And a lot of people ask me about loneliness. I don't think that I am lonely for male companionship. I think I get lonely just for company, period. That could be male or female, meaning there are days when I just want to have conversation, that I want to have someone maybe sit on this couch with me and we just have a conversation. Maybe we have dinner, a glass of wine, watch a movie. And maybe because of the day or the time or the season, that can't happen because people are busy. But as far as a male companion, I definitely just have not desired that. And there's no real reason. It's just that I have a full life that keeps me busy. I do things I love. And I guess it just I have not desired that. Now, I'm not saying this is something that every woman feels like, but I will say, and I can say this with all confidence, that there are many women 50 plus that feels this way, because we have had to experience so much traumatically, so many toxic relationships that I think when you find peace, you don't want anything to get in the way of what you built.
Now, I'm also going to say this, and again, it is weighted to one side versus the other, but women contribute to toxic relationships too. And men are not inclined to sit here, with a 20-ounce mug of coffee and be this contemplative in front of a Christmas tree. So, I just want to add that comment. It really has nothing to do with, the video in and of itself. Just want to point that out.
Do I still feel attracted to men? Yes, I absolutely do. I absolutely do find men attractive. That hasn't changed. I'm a full woman. I have had 3 children. There's nothing different over here. I am a full grown woman, and I do find men attractive. I do like the idea of having dates, going out with a male. I like the way men smell. I like the salt and pepper. I like the way men dress. But I just have not found in this phase of my life a situation where I've met anyone that I felt I could bring into my life at this point. All of the dynamics of compromising and learning to live with someone. And you can't re-raise us. We can't grow up together because we're already grown. Because if I did, for whatever reason, got involved with someone, it definitely would be someone probably around my age. I definitely wouldn't probably go younger. Maybe a year or 2, but no more than 5.
Here's one thing that she doesn't understand. You don't have the option to go younger after a certain point. Like, I don't have the option to go younger, both by preference, but, people get old. You don't look as fit as you did when you were in your 40s or early 50s once you get up a certain age. So she's kidding herself if she thinks she has those kinds of options. Now, I understand that this is supposed to be kind of, what would you call it? Inspirational, but it's not doing the heavy lifting she thinks it is. It's not.
But I am at a stage where I guess I just don't want to have to change who I am in any capacity. And when I say change, not saying necessarily I have to change who I am on the inside, but just alter my way of life, because a lot of you know that I live a minimal life now, and I can't expect everybody to want that life. I don't want clutter. I don't want a lot of things. I want the ability to just get up, and if I don't want any of this stuff, it's not valuable. So it doesn't mean anything if I gave it away. A lot of people wouldn't feel that way because they have so many valuable things that they couldn't part with. I could actually get rid of every stench of clothing or shoes that I actually own at this point and just start anew with just a couple things. Anything that I have around me in this room, except for my electronics, I could definitely part with and not think nothing about it. And I remember when I was decluttering and getting ready for my minimalist life, I found it hard and struggling to get rid of stuff. And now that I'm over 4 years in, it don't bother me at all. Do I see things that I think I admire and love and think it's beautiful? And I love that for you. Absolutely. I see friends who decorate and who are living their life and being involved in purchasing things that they love. I love that for them because that's what they love. But for me, I am a different woman. And often I think that is part of the reason why I spend a lot of time alone, because to find a community who thinks like I do is very, very rare. I have opened my eyes to this consuming nature that we have as people as a whole, especially here in the US, that it's going to be the death of us because a lot of us, including myself, spent so much time buying things that we didn't prepare for these years when we would have to think about living alone. So that can often be a problem. So yeah, choosing to be single at 60 is probably one of the best decisions that I've made because it allowed me to learn more about me. It allowed me to actually overcome fears I had of being alone. It allowed me to learn how to be more assertive, more outspoken, to tap into talents that I didn't know I had, to become this influencer, to talk to women, young
Ooh,
and
she's an
old, about
influencer.
navigating this phase of life and the
How do I
importance
become
of
one?
taking care of your mental and your physical health. To live my life out in a way that other women who are on that fence or who are afraid to step out into the world can see that it's not so bad. And that if you take care of yourself, you can still live a good life. For people who think that this is the phase of life where you're now about to just sell into sitting at home and not, getting out and enjoying everything this world has, that's foolish thinking. You do that only if you want to do it. That definitely does not have to be the way you live your life. You can still continue to do all of those things that you enjoy as long as you have the mind and the physical ability to do those things. So in closing, being single at 60 is not a
Coffee's
curse.
hilarious.
It's not a death sentence. It's a way of life. If you choose it, I can get up at any time of the day and have no obligations to other people and do the things that I love. My life will always be filled with people that I love, meaning family, friends, and even companionship, even, going out on dates. But I just don't feel that at this phase of my life that I'm ready to start a new relationship. One of the things that at this phase of life, a lot of people are navigating health challenges. And that is something that you'll have to sit down and talk to a partner about. Because if you take on that relationship, that means everything comes with that relationship. So if there are health challenges, you got to be willing to jump in and be a part of helping that person to navigate the challenges or even accept the fate of what might happen to you or to that partner. So those are things that you have to think about at this phase of life. For anybody who gets married at a young age and your life is beautiful and your marriage is reached 30, 20, 25, 30, 40 and beyond, I commend you, especially if you navigated that without the drama and not being traumatized in your mind. Because it happens. You can have those types of relationships. And for those of you who chose to stay even after the trauma, I continue to pray for you and I hope that everything is well. But I think we need to stop selling to young women that that's the way to do it, because you are worthy, you are important, and that is not the way to succeed in a marriage. It's by saying, go through all of the bull crap. And when you get on the other side, you appreciate it because that trauma lives in your mind. The trauma of my mom's abuse still lives in my mind. And that's why I'm not willing to allow myself to be put in those circumstances ever. I've never had that, and I never will. But we sell that to women to make them feel that emotional abuse, physical abuse is just normal in a marriage, and it's not. That's just what we have accepted in society. Infidelity, whether it was emotional infidelity, which is the worst, or actual physical infidelity. So that is my reason why I'm choosing to be single. I can get up and choose me every day and do the things that I enjoy and learn new things. Life is not over until God says it's over. And I'm going to continue to live my life. So don't feel sorry for me, because there's nothing to feel sorry for. I'm a energetic, vibrant woman at 60 with all my cognitive mind, and I'm physically able to do the things that I love, and I'm going to keep living life by design. So if you watch this video to the end, thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here. If you have any questions you want me to address, please drop them below in the comment section. I would love to continue the conversation there. And if you have any thoughts on this as a single woman, drop them below as well.
All right. So again, this is posted in the show notes. Dave is asking me, why do I always watch women that hate men? Well, Dave, I mentioned, one of the things, one of my core tenets, and I've always kind of been like this. You always have to know all sides of an argument, even if you disagree with them, so you can argue better. I do not have a problem. And I've also said this. I probably listen to more MAGA pundits and conservative pundits or Republican pundits than I do liberal or even leftist, because I'm not that much of a leftist, but there's some things they get right. To form a cogent argument, you have to know all sides of a topic. And I don't understand why old YNs want echo chambers. Okay, it leads me to believe, and I'm not calling you an old YN, Dave, but there are many who would ask the same question. I listen to women who hate men, and I don't think she hates men. I listen to them so I know what the fuck they're talking about, so I can counteract the argument if need be. That's how you get smart, or at least sound smart, or at least sound knowledgeable. You cannot form cogent arguments if you don't know the opposite argument. That's why I can twist people's words and turn their meanings back against them, because a lot of times I know their argument better than they do. So that's the lesson of the day, folks. Know your enemy. Know your enemy's arguments. Know your opposition's arguments so you can take their words and make them eat them for dinner. And if that doesn't sound like a plan, well, it's my plan. So now you know, Dave. So anyway, let us get to some news. And to be honest, I wasn't even going to cover this because I don't really care, to be honest. But it is news of the day, so I'm forced to deal with it. So Correspondence Dinner shooting suspect called himself friendly federal assassin. Now, this dude was like a mechanical engineer from Caltech. That's like impossible to do. Only the brightest of the bright can do mechanical engineering. And then he did it from like basically a school that is MIT level. That's like generally it's ranked number 2 behind MIT. And I also want to say Georgia Tech is 3rd. but I won't add that part. So let's listen to a little bit of this because I got several more articles on this topic, but I haven't really heard this Washington Post take on it.
Over 3,500 pre-owned, all
Oh,
at your new
God damn it.
hometown dealership.
You know
It's the
what?
all-new
Fuck the
Carrollton.
Washington Post. I'm not. I am seriously. I keep saying I'm going to get rid of this subscription, and I can't deal with these goddamn commercials.
Stanley Federal Assassin, a news story written by Jeremy Roebuck, Perry Stein, Ann Kirkpatrick, and Emily Davies, and read by Antoni, an AI-generated voice. He identified himself in a missive sent to family members moments before the attack as a friendly federal assassin and railed against Trump administration policies. He booked a hotel room at the Washington Hilton weeks in advance, then traveled by train from his home outside Los Angeles to Chicago and then to D.C. And as he stormed the security perimeter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday, exchanging gunfire with Secret Service agents, the 31-year-old suspected shooter aimed to target top officials, including possibly the president himself, law enforcement officials said. Those details about the man allegedly involved in the shooting that forced the evacuation of President Donald Trump and several members of his cabinet from the ritzy annual event emerged Sunday as investigators on two coasts worked to gather information on the suspected gunman and what motivated his attack. Though officials have not publicly named the man they took into custody Saturday, 5 people familiar with the investigation have identified him as Cole Thomas Allen, 31, of Torrance, California. They, like others who shared details of the ongoing investigation, spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly disclose details of the probe. Social media accounts that appear to be linked to Allen describe him as a self-employed video game designer and a part-time teacher, whose employer named him in 2024 as Teacher of the Month. He earned an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the California Institute of Technology in 2017, where he was part of an award-winning robotics team, and a master's degree in computer science from California State University last year, according to those profiles and 2 law enforcement officials who said the details they contained matched those of the suspect. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said Sunday the preliminary investigation indicated that the gunman acted alone and set out from his home in California last week before arriving.
Okay, we'll stop it there because there's some better stories, and we're going to go to the Los Angeles Times because they have a little bit some interesting details. Shooter's path to White House press gala, prompt security questions, and I also want to take the time to do the commercial. Look, support the show by supporting the host. I actually do have a number of newspaper subscriptions, and then there's the YouTube and StreamYard and all that stuff. So help is always something I appreciate. And any number of you have been so generous in supporting the show. I know these weekend shows are difficult, even though Slick Rick says like yesterday's show was one of my best. Oh, Slick, you were just too kind. I'm like, dude, I wanted to just quit YouTube after that shit. But I had a good time doing it. And the weekends are for fuckery. But during the week, you know, I just want to be a little bit more serious, at least at the start of the show. So anyway, support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund does not open until Wednesday for IPO. However, Monday and Tuesday, just contribute to the newspaper subscriptions or whatever. So let us get back to this. This dude is, I'll just say it's an interesting story, but I'm going to say right up front that the well is dry for this call for unity that MAGA wants to do right now. It just isn't working, at least not for me. So this is a 10-minute article. We'll listen until it gets boring.
Shooter's path to White House press gala prompts security questions by Justine McDaniel and Michael Wilner. This article is read by an automated voice. Washington. An attack on the White House Correspondents' Dinner by a gunman who came within feet of the ballroom, where
That
President
is
Trump
funny.
sat, raised immediate questions about the
That's
night's
got to
security
be a short
protocol
title, Bobby.
and the future of large, high-profile events in a country with easy access to firearms and increasingly high political tensions. The man breached metal detectors in front of the Washington Hilton ballroom and sprinted dozens of feet ahead before exchanging fire with federal agents. Shots were fired in an anteroom that had not an hour before seen thousands of guests, including senior government officials, streaming through. A manifesto allegedly written by the suspect described his targets as members of the Trump administration, ranking from the highest to the lowest, but said he was willing to go through any guest standing in his way in order to kill the president's aides. The attempted attack on a room full of dignitaries underscored domestic unrest in Trump's second term and deepened questions about how to effectively create security in a modern era of lone actors, online radicalization, and mass shootings. It was the third known time an attempted assassin has come close to Trump since his 2024 presidential campaign began. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Sunday called the U.S. Secret Service response a massive security success story. But within hours of the incident, bipartisan leaders of the House Oversight Committee demanded a hearing on the agency's security plans for the dinner. In the manifesto sent to his family, the alleged gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, of Torrance, marveled at a lack of security. No damn security. Not in transport. Not in the hotel. Not in the event, he wrote. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The Hilton, in a ritzy Washington neighborhood, has long hosted the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It is the same hotel where President Reagan and 3 others were shot in 1981. The shooting caused terror among guests, some of whom noted they had expected more security to enter the event, and Trump was whisked off stage within the first minute of shots being fired. While the event has traditionally hosted...
Let me make a point here, and I said this yesterday. The fish rots from the head down. Okay, Trump is incompetent. He has hired and appointed incompetent people, and shit rolls downhill. Of course, there's security concerns. I showed that little clip from the Washington Post yesterday where the Secret Service agent is literally leaning on a barrier or chair or something. These people were relaxed. They weren't focused on where a threat might come from. It was amazing. And it's Trump's fault. Okay, he's hired incompetence. We'll talk later about Kash Patel. Dude, it's an administration of incompetence. And I made this point on Man of Tomorrow's show last night. Dude, Trump is, I don't know this for sure. Or actually, it was MOT on my show yesterday because I listened to his show last night. Trump possibly more public attempts on his life than any other president, which is amazing and scary. But he's brought it on himself. Okay, MAGA literally radicalizes people. And what they don't understand is you can radicalize allies to your cause, but you also radicalize the opposition. And then they want to act like, oh, we're the victims here. It's sad, but Trump's not that bright. He may be good at business. He may be good at TV and getting elected. He'll win a popularity contest, but dude is not a brainiac, and there's not one of them. And I thought Marco Rubio was maybe going to be the saving grace. Let me make a prediction right now. Marco Rubio is going to quit. Okay, because I actually think Marco Rubio whilst a cynical politician, is also a pretty bright guy. And I don't think he's going to be able to last the rest of the year. Um, People like him and Tom Homan, uh, people who are not that afraid to push back and have a modicum of common sense, they're not going to be able to last in this administration. The Trump 2.0 is tore up from the floor up. And I think Americans are just starting to see it now. This shit is horrible. So, of course, the opposition's going to be radicalized. It's the bed Trump made.
Hosted sitting presidents in the past, Trump's decision this year to appear for the first time since taking office made the event particularly high profile. His presence, alongside Vice President J.D. Vance and much of the cabinet and line of succession, brought with it added security protocols and personnel, raising questions over whether
That's
the
a good one,
dinner
Clara.
and its guests of
Salute.
congressional members, diplomats and mid-level officials would have been even more susceptible to attack without Trump in attendance. Trump on Sunday said it is tough to secure a hotel in the middle of a city with buildings all around and hotel rooms on top.
No,
But
it's
praised
not.
the Secret Service and law
No,
enforcement officers.
no,
One
no, no,
officer
no,
was
no,
shot,
no, no, no.
not
That's
fatally.
some bullshit.
Talking to reporters after
It is not hard to secure a building with a hotel on top. It's actually rather easy. You know when the event is going to be. You got like meme coins there, Trump. Just buy every goddamn room in the hotel for that night. Dude, these guys, this is what I mean. It's tough to secure. Dude, that is a simpleton excuse. Dude is a simpleton.
after the incident Saturday night, Trump swiftly likened it to the attempt on his life by a gunman in Butler, Pennsylvania, during the 2024
Really?
presidential campaign, and suggested that it justified his controversial plans to construct a fortified ballroom on the White House grounds. He called the hotel not a particularly secure building, though he
Okay,
later said the room was
let
very,
me.
very secure.
Okay, how does this justify a secure bunker on the White House grounds? Unless you plan on never leaving the bunker, motherfucker, you only have 3 years left. How does this justify? You do. I'm assuming there'll be presidents after you. Maybe I'm wrong. Dude, again, a simpleton excuse. In the press, I'm going to be honest, the press needs to just call this shit out. Where is someone saying this does not add up? How does it, dude, this was at a Hilton that would be I could secure the building. Put me in charge of that. I'd have had that motherfucker locked down easily. It does not take a genius. Damn.
Plans to reschedule the dinner are under review. White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang of CBS News said the organization's board would.
Yeah, plans to reschedule the dinner. That dinner's not going to be rescheduled. No, who the hell's going to want to go to a dinner where they might get killed? These people are fucking clueless. Nobody, it's not going to be rescheduled. So, this is the next thing. Trump was set to let it rip with the press. Then came shots, chaos, and a call for unity. Again from the LA Times. This is hilarious.
Trump was set to let it rip with the press. Then came shots, chaos, and a call for unity. By Ana Ceballos. This article is read by an automated voice, Washington. President Trump was preparing to take the stage at the White House Correspondents Association dinner Saturday night, eager, by his own account, to let it rip before a room of Washington's elite and reporters he has spent years calling the enemy of the people. Then shots were heard. Secret Service agents rushed him off the stage. And within hours, the president was at the White House calling for unity, offering overtures to a press corps that he had long clashed with. I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we are going to reschedule, Trump told Weijia Jiang, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, at a news briefing after the shooting at the dinner. His magnanimity did not last long. On Sunday night, sitting down for an interview with Norah O'Donnell of CBS 60 Minutes, Trump reacted with fury to her reading of the suspected shooter's manifesto, calling her a disgrace. The manifesto characterized his targets as rapists and pedophiles. "You're horrible people, Trump said. He did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person? I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me," he added. "You should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things." It marked a return to the familiar dynamic between the president and the press after a night of shared crisis and purpose, raising doubts about how long the goodwill would last. Just hours before, at the briefing, Trump expressed dismay at the violent outburst at the Washington Hilton, where the black tie event has been held for more than 50 years. "I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay, but it was protocol," the president said. On Sunday, he repeated his desire to reschedule the event, telling Fox News that he is committed to attending it in the near future, even proposing to do it within 30 days. Trump appeared to be enjoying himself moments before Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old tutor from Torrance, allegedly ran past a security checkpoint at the hotel and fired off 2 shots. Oz Perlman, a mentalist and the entertainer for the night.
Yeah, that's going to get into details we already know. So this is the Washington Examiner, another newspaper I subscribe to. So DC emerges from under tables to keep partying despite White House Correspondents' Dinner assassination attempt. That should tell you everything you need to know. And to be honest, I'd have kept partying too.
DC emerges from under tables to keep partying despite WHCD assassination attempt. By Rob Quilly.
You're listening to this podcast, so I know you've got a curious mind. Here's a helpful fact you may not know yet. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $900. Visit progressive.com by new.
I'm sorry, I was muted. This is that video I was talking about. This motherfucker goes racing by and and like like everybody was like sitting around drinking coffee. I have to go back and find the well, let's listen to this and then I'll go back and find that video so I can re-emphasize the laxity. Why is this not letting me do what I want to do?
DC emerges from under tables, security reviews. Not everyone thought it was the right response.
With built-in AI.
Oh, God damn it.
Crits. DC emerges from under tables to keep partying despite WHC. DC
Progressive.
Okay.
With built-in AI, scaling your work from day one. The same Monday.com.
By new customers survey. Visit progressive.com.
Let's do this over. My bad. Technical difficulties, folks. Something got stuck. So let's try it from here.
DC crits.
By new customers surveyed.
Crits.
By new customers.
And it is very British. DC emerges. DC.
Okay. This is actually on the Washington Examiner side. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. So anyway, we'll just listen to this press conference then.
About it. We have officers on the outside. I mean,
Man,
I
I'm
know.
having all kinds
So
of technical
preliminary
difficulties
information, we do
here.
believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case. At this point, what we know is we know the individual charged the checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department, along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there. And what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
It's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling.
Hey, look, Cash Patel looks sober. We're going to talk about Cash Patel later and the whole cacostocracy concept. But I appreciate that Cash Patel was sober at the time.
Yeah, please.
Any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
You saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership.
The Supreme Court allowed Texas's redrawn Republican-friendly congressional map to stand, reverse.
God damn it. I want to show a video of that sprinter or the shooter who is obviously a sprinter. And these guys, it's mixed company. Looks like Secret Service, maybe some other type of security people. This dude just sprints past them. And I don't know who this guy is here, but he literally walks in and like leans on something. Nobody seems to be focused on an ingress point. It's like the motherfucker was even slow on the draw. Look at him. Dude, look at this dude. He does not look like he's standing any sort of security post. Wow. So as I said, the fish rots from the head. Trump incompetent. He's hired a bunch of yes men. It's a kakistocracy, and this is what we get. Of course, someone can figure out how to at least get a shot. I'm like, this is just sad. So anyway, let's move on. Melania Trump urges ABC to take stand on Jimmy Kimmel after widow joke. Okay, all I can say is that now they want to blame the comedians. Melania does not have that kind of cultural cachet. Sure, she can go out and she can, as the first lady, but she might be the only person less popular than Trump, at least in my mind. Maybe I haven't seen poll numbers, but apparently following the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, First Lady Melania Trump issued a scathing statement on Monday, April 27, 2026, condemning ABC late night host Jimmy Kimmel for hateful and violent rhetoric. The First Lady specifically targeted a monologue delivered by Kimmel days prior to the attack, in which he referred to her as an expectant widow during a satirical roast of the upcoming gala. Melania Trump characterized the comedian's words as corrosive and designed to deepen political sickness. The fuck is a political sickness? Arguing that his commentary moved beyond comedy into a form of hate that shouldn't be broadcast into American homes. In her statement, she labeled Kimmel a coward who relies on his network for protection and directly urged ABC leadership to take a stand and stop enabling what she described as atrocious behavior at the community's expense. The controversy has intensified existing tensions between the administration and the network, particularly as supporters of the president point to the joke as a dangerous precursor to the real-world assassination attempt that occurred just 48 hours later. Okay, so now they want to blame the comedians. Oh man, these people are just weak as fuck. They are flailing, and I will take this opportunity once again to say to all the MAGA voters, I told you so. And with that, make sure you hit the like button. So we're going to shift gears entirely. And I warn you now, just in case people will wonder, I'm pretty much done with this whole story. Unless something interesting comes up, I won't be talking about this much more. So, as expected, Supreme Court officially greenlights Texas's gerrymandered congressional map for midterms. Might be too little too late. It is literally the second, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, pretty much struck down or when you have to gain to keep a political majority in Congress or attempt to do it, they have to go after a civil rights bill. Yep. It's systemic racism. So we will all have to deal with that. And I'll see if I can't find the decision and maybe cover it tomorrow. But from what I understand, just minimally, I guess I could read a little bit of this. Let's see. Is there anything interesting in here? Other states have joined Trump's redistricting war, with Democrat like California and Virginia seeking to counter the GOP's gains in Texas, North Carolina, and Missouri. Final battleground tally remains to be seen. Yeah, the Supreme Court of Virginia is hearing. It's going to be interesting. Now, if they put Virginia put the redistricting that they want to do on the ballot, and voters voted for it, so it's going to actually be interesting. It's going to be an interesting Democratic sort of thing to see if the state's judiciary overrules the people. You know, if the people want something, and the Supreme Court of Virginia decides to overrule it, it's basically anti-democratic. So I'll be waiting for that one. And by the way, sometimes being anti-democratic can be a good thing. It's not always bad. Oh, what's up there, Kuna Coons? So military spending surges in Europe and Asia, pushing world to levels not seen in 16 years. They're talking about military spending. And to be honest, there are going to be MAGA people who'll say, hey, thank God that these people are probably, paying their own way as far as defense. But what it did, the way, Trump's approach to getting the world to do the quote right thing is to fracture it. Trump is an idiot. I think there were better ways. People are turning away from the United States. Canada's making deals with China because America has become so erratic from administration to administration. You know, if the Democrats wind up taking the presidency in 2028, they're going to spend years trying to undo what Trump has wrought. America's actually becoming very unstable politically from administration to administration. And I don't see MAGA winning in 2028. I it's too early to call, but I can't see a post-Trump MAGA movement. And even though MAGA is nominally populist, it's really an oligarchy it's an oligarchy dressed in like workman's clothes. But it's kind of a different topic. So the world is spending more. Let's see. European defense spending jumped 14% from 2024. Asia, Oceania, the increase is 8.1%. Like, all of a sudden, we've got some form of a military spending spree. And I can tell you right now, that is not a good thing. We're gearing up for World War, apparently. Thanks, Trump. So this is Richard Hanania. And, I read him, even though I maybe it's 30% of what he writes, sometimes, we can agree on. But he's talking about Kash Patel in the larger Trump administration, and he's calling it a kakistocracy. And just so everyone knows, let us look up the word. And I can't figure out how to say "I told you so" better than this word. Kakistocracy. Government by the least qualified or most unprincipled citizens. That's what we got, folks. Thanks, Trump. Thanks, MAGA voters. Each and every one of you are kakistocrats. You voted for incompetency, and this is what we got. So let's listen to this. Unfortunately, it's longer than I have the patience to read, so we're going to do the AI voice.
Cash as the poster boy for kakistocracy. This is what civilizational decline looks like. By Richard Hanania. In my forthcoming book, Kakistocracy, I devote a brief section to Kash Patel. I've always seen him as a kind of poster boy for the concept that is the subject of the book, as there are few figures who more perfectly represent what is at stake when institutions decline and populists take power. The book was of course written before the recent report in The Atlantic about Patel's drinking problems, which have people in the government worried. The latest news only adds to the case that I made. The IT lockout episode is emblematic of Patel's tumultuous tenure as director of the FBI. He is erratic, suspicious of others, and prone to jumping to conclusions before he has necessary evidence. According to the more than 24 people I interviewed about Patel's conduct, including current and former FBI officials, staff at law enforcement and intelligence agencies, hospitality industry workers, members of Congress, political operatives, lobbyists, and former advisors. Speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive information and private conversations, they described Patel's tenure as a management failure and his personal behavior as a national security vulnerability. Several officials told me that Patel's drinking has been a recurring source of concern across the government. They said that he is known to drink to the point of obvious intoxication. Early in his tenure, meetings and briefings had to be rescheduled for later in the day as a result of his alcohol-fueled nights. 6 current and former officials and others familiar with Patel's schedule told me. Upon being asked for comment, the FBI responded with a statement attributed to Patel that threatened to sue, which he soon did. This has become regular practice for him. Patel has previously filed lawsuits against the New York Times, CNN, Politico, and a pundit who appeared on MSNBC. These never go anywhere because the standards for winning a defamation suit in the US are quite high, and nothing any of these media companies did came anywhere near the necessary threshold. But now we have an FBI director who sees the justice system as a tool to intimidate journalists. Professionalized law enforcement is one of the things that most clearly separates societies that function well from those that don't. We give certain individuals a badge and a gun, let them spy on us, and take some of us away and lock us up in little cells. To keep us there for a while, they need to present evidence to judges and juries, but law enforcement officials are the ones who, within certain bounds, decide who to target and which evidence to gather. There's no way to avoid simply having to trust that they're doing their jobs in ways that are relatively fair and impartial. Political bias has of course always been an issue, and this is unavoidable to some degree because institutions are composed of human beings. But before Trump's second term, it was widely agreed that you wanted individuals at the top who went to good schools, were respected by their colleagues, followed the rules, and didn't hawk supplements on the side. They behaved like decent gentlemen and avoided behavior that indicated a lack of professionalism or bias. James Comey refused to shoot hoops with Barack Obama because it would give the wrong impression. Before Trump, a DOJ scandal was that Bill Clinton had a brief meeting, approximately 20 minutes, with Attorney General Loretta Lynch on a plane at a time when the FBI was investigating Hillary. The Inspector General looked into it and found no evidence that they discussed the Hillary case, nor that Lynch pressured the FBI on the issue. Meanwhile, Trump publicly signs executive orders telling the administration who to go after, and hires and fires officials based on who will most zealously prosecute his enemies. In 2013, James Comey was appointed by Obama and confirmed 93-1 in the Senate, with only Rand Paul objecting on civil liberty grounds. There were never any questions raised about his character, and he would in subsequent years go on to anger both sides of the political spectrum. Trump broke a long-established norm in 2017 by firing Comey, and then appointed Chris Wray, who was opposed by only 5 Democrats in the Senate, in part on the grounds that he had been hand-picked by Trump. But Wray was still widely respected and was easily confirmed. Like Comey, the new director also wouldn't simply do Trump's bidding, so he resigned after Trump won re-election, and it was clear that he would be fired to make way for someone like Kash. The list of ways in which Patel's appointment and tenure as FBI director have broken with previous practices is practically endless. FBI directors were not supposed to change with the president, but rather serve 10-year terms so they would be more independent. They were supposed to be individuals whose personal integrity was beyond question. They avoided drinking to excess in public and scams to milk their supporters for money. Previous candidates for FBI director didn't even have supporters in the way Patel does. They didn't make the podcast circuit or write books encouraging children to worship the presidential candidate who they hoped would one day appoint them to the position. They didn't have colleagues and subordinates talking to journalists about their erratic behavior, and when there was reporting they didn't like, they didn't file frivolous lawsuits in order to intimidate the press. Previous FBI directors didn't have memecoins and didn't use government resources in order to chauffeur around and provide security for their girlfriend, and then think of ways to criminally go after journalists who reported on it. I don't know anyone who would argue that the previous norms weren't simply better. Nobody ever said, we need law enforcement that is more corrupt, thuggish, unprofessional, and incompetent. Comey, Wray, and every previous FBI director were simply better men than Kash Patel. And yes, that includes J. Edgar Hoover. It's hard not to laugh when conservatives talk about third worldization. I don't know how you could invent a figure that would more clearly represent the decline of basic ethical and moral standards than Trump, the candidate of white grievance. And if your MAGA brain can't process the idea that a white president with a white base of support is what you pretend to fear, then take a look at Kash. Maybe the fact that he's Indian will help your racial bias overcome your political tribalism and get you closer to truth. The important difference between Comey and Wray on one hand and Patel on the other is not ideology in any real sense. It is a matter of competence, personal integrity, and professionalism. Patel is playing a different status game than his predecessors. Chris Wray didn't get sloshed on the job and file lawsuits that would immediately get thrown out of court because he cared what smart and decent people thought of him. The kind that try not to lie, make a good faith effort to be informed about issues before commenting on them, and hold themselves and others to certain ethical standards. MAGA is a populist movement, so individuals get ahead by appealing to the gullible and less informed. Members of their base don't expect ethical behavior from leaders and don't read enough real news to even have a good sense of who is behaving ethically anyway. You will live your life in different ways depending on whether you want to be thought well of by newspaper readers and professionals in your field, or listeners of Benny Johnson's podcast and nursing home patients with borderline dementia whose names are on Republican mailing lists. Although we live in cynical times, I think the second Trump administration has served as a reminder of how good we had it in the recent past. In 2020, leftists misrepresented the state of American law enforcement because they did not like what arrest data and police behavior told us about racial differences in crime rates. In recent years, the right has become a cult of personality centered around a con man, and they need to pretend that institutions like the FBI were always so corrupt that it justified them not even having to pretend to adhere to old norms. Both are wrong, but the threat that the MAGA movement poses is more immediate because it is the one with power. And on the right, you do not find a more responsible class that makes up enough of a critical mass to check pressures that come from below and keep in line figures who would appeal to the lowest instincts of the base. My new book will argue that Kash Patel is not an anomaly. He's the natural consequence of what happens when low-trust movements that are motivated by the grievances of less informed voters take power. Watching other countries, we usually only get glimpses of what is going on when they are experiencing a populist wave. For Americans today, following the news provides, in granular detail, non-stop reminders of the differences between advanced and less developed cultures, at least for those of us who have long enough memories to remember what our leaders were like only a few years ago. For some, it's hard to be truly disgusted with Trump. He's too funny, and in ways too innocent to hate. A fat toddler approaching 80 who seems to brush off unrelenting hostility from all establishment institutions and the bullets of would-be assassins, and who most of the time barely even pretends that he isn't lying to you. He even seems to share in the natural contempt nearly all smart people feel for his most enthusiastic supporters. Patel, in contrast, is the kind of figure who typically rides to power on the coattails of a charismatic strongman, a brown-nosing striver who has no talents outside of sucking up. His tenure at the head of the FBI is a blot on the institution and the history of American law enforcement. It is yet to be seen whether this is a one-off or a watershed moment in the decline of professionalism and standards among American elites. Thanks for reading. If you enjoy articles like this, the global rise of populism is the subject of my next.
Let me make a point here. Richard Hanania was actually at I think the beginning. He actually had some input into Project 2025, and I can't remember exactly which part. It was probably about immigration issues. Look, I don't particularly, enjoy his brand of conservatism, but funny enough, over the years, he's becoming more and more kind of Edmund Burke-like in a way. He's coming to the center. He basically used to be like I don't know if he was ever actually a groiper, but I would have called him that at one point. And the older he's gotten or the more seasoned he's gotten, he seems to be maturing. I'll put it that way. And I'll certainly buy his book because he actually is a good writer. So it should be better than I bought Candace Owens' book, and she's a shit writer. And I'm sure she didn't write it. It was probably a ghostwriter. Even her ghostwriter was a shit writer. So I'm fairly sure that Hanania probably actually wrote the book by his own hand, or at least a bit of it. So anyway, he has been in a part of the Project 2025 stuff, and even he finds this Trump 2.0 objectionable on several different levels. Only the ghetto blacks seem to be into Trump at this point, and I'm not going to name names, but I'm not going to retract the statement either. The ghetto boys are still black MAGA. And I'll let that lay and pick it up if that's your mantle. So this next video is from Friday. It's a New York Times thing. EJ Dionne and Robert Siegel, who he was like a legend at NPR. He's working for New York Times now. And a guy I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know Carlos Lozada. He's an opinion writer for the New York Times. So let's watch this. And it's called Iran and the Myth of Trump's Art of the Deal. And I'm all about Trump bashing because I think Trump is a fucking idiot.
Hi, I'm Robert Siegel, in conversation about politics, once again with my fellow Times Opinion contributor, EJ Dionne. Always great to be with you. And returning to join us, Times Opinion columnist Carlos Lozada. Happy to be back. Great to see you. This was a week when a deadline came.
Now that we've come to the more editorial part of the show, I'll go ahead and drop the link because some of us seem to have a lot to say. national propagandist radicals. Okay. So let me do it here. This is the panel link. So there we are. Anyone can come on up now. And God help you, because I'm in a Trump roasting mood. So let us proceed with this video.
Came and went. It was a deadline Donald Trump set in the war against Iran. Rather than resume attacks on Iranian targets, Trump declared a continuation of the ceasefire until, in his words, Iran's leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. Well, not only did Trump keep military action on hold, he also delayed Vice President Vance's departure to take part in diplomatic action. An Iranian spokesman declared Trump's extension of the ceasefire to have no meaning, which squares with news that 2 container ships were seized near the Strait of Hormuz by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Navy. If you find this confusing, join the club. We start very far from the Straits here on the home front with this question. Has the war in Iran and the economic shocks that it has brought taken the measure of the self-proclaimed master artist of the deal in the White House? EJ, you go first. Are we seeing the limits of Donald Trump's ability to spin his way out of political trouble?
Indeed. I mean, the template for Trump's ability to spin, to lie, to intimidate, to distract from any problems was set when he said I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, at least with his supporters. But it's very clear that there are some things that can't be spun. One is people's own perceptions of their own economic circumstance. Trump was elected with a promise to, on day one, to bring down prices, and sent a strong message that that was going to be a central purpose of his administration. And he's done, you could say, exactly the opposite of that. The tariffs, whatever their long-term effect will be, clearly increased rather than decreased prices. And now this war has increased prices for oil and therefore lots of other things. And voters are noticing that. And no matter what he says about affordability being a word invented by his opponents, people see that. And when you are as ill prepared for this war as Trump clearly was, when you expect your enemy to fold instantly and win as easily as he seemed to win as he won in Venezuela, you are not prepared for what we face. And when you're
let me make a point about Venezuela. Trump was so confident about Venezuela. There is a E6, E8, I think, E7 or E8 Army guy who bet 38,000 or some 38,000 bucks on apparently people bet on these sorts of things. This soldier won $400,000 because he bet, but it was before the invasion was announced. So he had insider information because he was part of the planning for the Venezuela action. And now he's in jail or he's been arrested and charged. Dude, when I say the fish rots from the head down, now some E8 is so many levels below the commander-in-chief level in the command structure. But even people down like at Fort Bragg or whatever the fuck they call it now, dude, Trump is an infection. MAGA is an infection. You got combat arms in the army going to jail for corruption, financial corruption. Dude, Trump is a problem to America. And SKC asked, who cares about Trump? Well, you used to. You don't care that much now? Motherfucker, you voted for him.
Looking at these negotiation attempts, it really underscores how this is the Cliff Notes presidency that just doesn't take detail seriously. When President Obama negotiated the deal with Iran, there were all sorts of people.
And let me interrupt one more time. This is another problem that we're not teaching our kids in grade school or kindergarten or wherever, in the home is probably the best place to teach something called accountability. Now, all of a sudden, I get, who cares about Trump? Well, I seem to remember on November 5th, 2024, I was on a John Galt show. We were kind of talking about, it was election night. Obvious Trump was going to win. And dude, I got all kinds of grief, and rightly so. Dude, I even got emotional about it because I knew America was making a mistake. And all my friends on the John Galt channel, they were just roasting the fuck out of me. And now it may be legend, it may or may not have happened, but I seem to recall saying at some point I'm going to be able to say I told you so. And I get the last laugh. Suckers, the MAGA blacks. It's your fault, MAGA blacks. It's your fault, anti-black blacks. Y'all voted for a minstrel show, except he's white.
There, including physicists like the energy secretary from my hometown, Ernie Moniz. Here, you got a real estate guy, his son-in-law, and the vice president. And the last thing I want to say about what people are noticing about the recklessness in this administration is also connected to cruelty. There was a really powerful piece in the Times this week that I urge folks to read by Elizabeth B. Miller and Eileen Sullivan about what the wreckage of the of USAID means for the lives of people there, and not to mention for American interest in the world and for vastly increasing the suffering of the poorest people around the globe. If you wanted to throw a hand grenade at American respect and influence around the world, you'd wreck USAID just like that. And people are seeing all of these things.
Carlos?
Yeah, one thing I would add, this whole notion of Trump as the master deal maker, as deal maker in chief, it's all part of a long running Trump mythology that was part of the art of the deal, part of the apprentice. I think what we're seeing now very clearly in the second term is the limits to his deal making prowess, especially internationally. You mentioned, he was going to bring down prices on day one. He was also going to end the Ukraine war in a day. Remember, this was something he said more than 50 times on the campaign trail. His trade deals have been all over the map, in part because the tariff policy has been all over the map, and the court has put limits on his ability to do that. Sending J.D. Vance the first time around for a day to negotiate is theater. You can't conclude negotiations on such an array of complicated issues in one day. I agree. I don't think Trump has the attention to detail, the patience, frankly, for sort of arduous negotiations that lead to a real deal. I think he wants to save face. He wants to say that whatever he gets was better than the Obama deal, and he wants to get out as soon as he can.
You wrote recently about a phrase that Trump has used to describe progress in the war. It's on schedule, or it's ahead of schedule.
Yes. It's a remarkable thing. He used it right away at the very beginning of the war in early March. He said to CNN that the war was a little ahead of schedule. Then in mid-March, he said it was very far ahead of schedule. And then in a cabinet meeting towards the end of the month, he said it was extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule, right? And so this is a take of Trump's real estate days when he would always brag that his construction projects were under budget and ahead of schedule. But building is one thing. A war is something else. It feels like a very transparent attempt to project a sense of competence, of control. If there's a schedule, then there must be a plan. And if we're ahead of schedule, then the plan must be working. Also, a schedule implies an end date,
yes,
which is very important for a leader who promised to not embark upon endless wars. It seems silly to have to say it, but wars do not progress on neat schedules, especially when it turns out your enemy is more capable than you imagined, and when your partner has different objectives from your own. So you see the president making threats with timelines and ceasefires that come and go and get extended till the schedule, the time frame is sort of meaningless. He's not really trying to manage a war. He's trying to manage the news cycle, manage the markets, and hold on to his.
Well, let's address this. So SKC is asking, I'm curious about the E8 Master Sergeant guy. Why would it have been abnormal for him to, I assume, have information about Operation Absolute Resolve? He had SCI and was read in. He was part of coordination. Well, let me help you out, SKC. An SCI is secret compartmented information, which is basically need to know. He took that information and profited off of it. It's classified information. You cannot take it and profit from classified information. That, dude, even a fucking E1 knows when you get read into a program, you don't share the information or profit or anything. It is a security risk. So I hope that explains it to you. And I motherfucking hope a goddamn E8 understands this stuff better than an E1. Look, let me tell you a story. When I was in the Navy, preparing for my second deployment, I was in charge of building out a space on the O3 level of my ship that even I didn't have access to. It was that secret. I was in charge of building it, but even I could not go into the room once it was built because it was SCI and I didn't have a need to know. Dude, the motherfucker, this is like, if I have to explain this to you, SKC, at your age, then I'm wasting time. No, you do. SCI or any sort of classified information, nope, you don't. Even if you didn't tell anyone else, but your ass with this sort of information is making bets in a public forum, dude, that's un-American. It's unsoldierly, it's unmilitary, it's undisciplined, it's unprincipled, and soon to be, this motherfucker will wind up in Leavenworth or somewhere. That's how serious this is. Sorry you don't understand, SKC.
Fracturing coalition.
No, that was an excellent piece. And you also, by the way, wrote one of the best pieces of exegesis of the art of the deal some time ago. And,
a long time ago.
But it still lives. I think one thing about what Carlos said that's so important is this time thing. We have gotten so inured to Trump constantly saying, wait 2 weeks, wait 3 weeks.
Let me help SKC again, because he's hearing things I did not say. I literally said this E8 was privy and possibly part of the planning for the operation. I did not ask why an E8 would know. See, what you also don't understand, not every E8 has SCI. So this motherfucker was special forces with an SCI clearance. And apparently he was part of the planning. I don't know why you want to go down that route. I literally did not say that. Maybe you need to go back and replay some shit. I did say that this E8 was in on the planning. I don't know in what capacity. So what you also need to do, SKC, is listen closer to what I say. I don't know why you didn't hear that part or misheard it. And the link is posted, folks.
You know, and it's his way of where there's a problem here. If I push it down the road, people might not remember it then, and I can kind of get by that. Wait 2 weeks, wait 3 weeks with a war absolutely doesn't work. And now, instead of being a way to push a problem aside, it's a way to underscore that there is no plan and there is no easy way out of this.
Well, let's move on to this past week's election in Virginia. Voters there approved a plan to redraw the state's congressional maps so as to possibly shift as many as 4 seats to the Democrats. This is the same scheme that California voters had already approved. And this was all a response to Trump's urging Texas and some other Republican states to redraw maps that would add to the Republican total. EJ, which is more noteworthy, the fact that Virginia approved this plan or that it did so by just a little over 51% of the vote, a good deal less than what Abigail Spanberger polled when she won the governorship a few months ago?
Yeah, I don't think anybody was surprised that this vote was closer than that. First, the polls had been very clear going in, and what you really had were Republicans overwhelmingly against the new lines, Democrats overwhelmingly for them, and independents who had voted, given Spanberger a decent vote, were uneasy about overturning the lines. So that wasn't shocking. I think what was so interesting is a lot of the Republican advertising did not make the case for Republicans. They quoted Spanberger and Barack Obama, who were leading supporters of yes on this, of overturning the lines, things they said in the past about the costs of gerrymandering. So now Democrats fill the airwaves with Obama saying, vote yes on this because we need to go after Trump. I think it shows that Democrats would like to have no gerrymanders anywhere, and they introduced a bill to have national standards outlawing gerrymanders. But when you have Trump threatening like this, they said, we can't, I am so tired of you can't bring a knife to a gunfight metaphors, but that's what you're hearing out there. And I think they're right. They can't just let Republicans gerrymander and sit back and say, we'll lose 5 seats here and 7 seats there. So they said no.
After the win, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries praised the Democratic Party in a statement saying, when they go low, we hit back hard. Carlos, how do you like the new, when they go low, we go just as low, Democrats?
I'm not crazy about the new look. I understand why they're doing it. I understand the logic, why they feel they have to. Republicans did it in Texas. Who knows? They may do it in Florida. The Democrats feel they can't unilaterally disarm, right? And Jeffries, of course, is riffing off the famous Michelle Obama line, when they go low, we go high. And that was from the 2016 election, which the Democrats went on to lose, right? So they're tired of getting kicked around, of the knife to the gunfight metaphor. That doesn't change the fact, as they seem to recognize, that gerrymandering makes our democracy less democratic. Gerrymandering allows politicians to pick voters rather than the other way around. The House has always been the more representative part of the American legislature compared to the Senate. That is eroding with something like this. I will cite no less an authority than the great E.J. Dionne, who in a column 4 years ago complained about the anti-democratic nature of the Supreme Court's Rucho versus Common Cause ruling when the court said that, we can't get involved in stopping political gerrymandering. I completely agreed that it was anti-democratic. I think this may be perceived as a defeat for Donald Trump in Virginia, but I think it's a victory for Trump's style of politics. And I think we all lose with that result.
You know, I don't entirely agree with that. I do dislike gerrymandering. I do think it's anti-democratic. And one of the reasons that I dislike that court decision so much is that the court had the power to say that representation should be representation. And they could have set certain standards for the nation where we wouldn't have these fights. We wouldn't have Trump going down to Texas and Democrats then going to California. So, yeah, I would much prefer a world like that. But I think the other question about the, if you will, Jeffries versus Michelle Obama quotations, which I think is exactly the way to cite it, is tactically, I think Democrats are all in on doing whatever they need to do to win. Then there's the moral question. And it did strike me that when Eric Swalwell was accused of sexual misconduct, the whole party, the whole Democratic Party pretty much said, you got to get out of the race. There wasn't a pause there. There wasn't a, well, let's look at the facts. Now, granted, that doesn't always happen in these, but it was an interesting moment where Democrats decided they're going to go all in on tactics, but there are certain things that will hurt them if they don't stand up against what they perceive as moral lapses and the like.
Well, I'm going to take note of something else that happened recently in Virginia, just briefly. Governor Spanberger signed a bill by which Virginia joins the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. That's a movement to get states with a combined majority of electoral college votes, that's 270, to pledge those votes, not necessarily to the winner in their state, but to the winner of the national popular vote. And if you add Virginia's 13 electoral votes to those of the states that had already signed on, they're up to 222. This is a long shot, but a possibility if it turns into a Democrat.
Let me make one point here. People need to understand that democracy, to the degree that we have it even today, is not how the framers of the Constitution intended it. We need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that democracy extends beyond the First Amendment. Why do people do this? Your founders were afraid of democracy. Your framers were afraid of democracy and wanted to. Madison talks about checks and balances. Y'all need to disabuse yourself of the notion that the framers were friends of democracy, even to the extent the compromise was the Bill of Rights and the U.S. House. That's as democratic as the framers of the Constitution wanted to get. And the only reason they did that is they did not want rebellions. If people need to have a say in how their tax money is spent, at least that is the one part I can recall about why there's a House of Representatives at all. The House of Representatives has the purse strings, and the people need to have at least some sort of say in how their tax money is spent. But that's as democratic as Madison wanted to go. And he didn't even want to do a Bill of Rights. It was an anti-federalist, Patrick Henry, I think it was, who was like, motherfucker, I'm governor of Virginia. If you want to wind up in the House of Representatives, you will make this promise. Look up the history, folks. That's why knowing history is important if you want to even talk bullshit in a chat about politics.
Democratic wave year, that there could be enough states involved to reach 270, which would upend the Electoral College or reduce it to a ceremonial function. EJ, you wrote about this back in 2007. Is it conceivable to you that this could happen?
We're citing all of EJ's old comments.
Yes,
I'm being held accountable here. Two things on this that I think are important. One is how we have lost our constitutional imagination. We used to update the Constitution regularly. The framers envisioned us updating the Constitution. Heck, in the case of the Electoral College, they updated it really fast after it kind of blew up in the 1800 election. And it's become almost impossible to amend the Constitution for various political reasons. And I hope we get back to a time, as recently as the 1960s, we had a number of changes to the Constitution that were passed. And I hope we get our constitutional imagination back. Because I think the Electoral College is an extremely outdated and, again, undemocratic way of choosing a president, I welcome this interstate compact. That's why I wrote about it when it passed way back when Maryland joined it.
By the way, you would think I would be pro. I think we need to keep the Electoral College. Not everything about the Constitution was wrong. The Electoral College is fine. So straight popular vote, no, do not do that. The problem is populism. Let the Electoral College stay. So I'll stop there. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, any newer subscribers that are listening right now, let me just thank you for subscribing. I appreciate having y'all here. The warning is, it can be a little eclectic around this channel. So, no one's holding you hostage, but hopefully you'll find something that you like here. So welcome aboard, folks. And by the way, if you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure that you hit the like button, folks, and comment. The comments are actually kind of getting better. People actually do comment occasionally on these individual live streams or replays. So I appreciate that as well. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, hit the like button too. Support the show by supporting the host. Info is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. Fair warning, it's going to get more boring. It's going to get more boring than this because we're going to be talking about Edmund Burke in classical conservatism next. Madison made the clear argument in Federalist number 10. He saw pure democracy as unstable. And I actually agree with Madison on that point.
And do I think it'll happen? I think it's still a long shot. You need a number of states. You probably need a Democratic trifecta in a number of these states. The idea, just so people understand, is that these states commit themselves, you'll require their electors to
SKC, but I also want to point out that this weird is a Lockean, this weird thing about the types of people who would be fit for office being virtuous, because of the way they were born or the families they were born to, they'd be groomed and well-read and all this stuff. That has failed us. And the apotheosis of that is Donald Trump. So there were a lot of quirky notions that seem to have worn out their welcome over time. Madison is right about the democracy, but this whole notion of the virtuous leader, practically a philosopher king, the notion that I would go back and let the legislature be the primary, the Article One for a reason in the Constitution. I would rather the legislature be kind of like the premier branch. President, obviously, enjoy. They should have known this shit when they thought that there would not be party factions. They elected George Washington, and he was like a god among men. Apparently, they should have known that president is always going to be the face of the government. But I would much rather. I don't like what Trump has done with Congress. I think it's a mistake, and you give people like Ryan, you give people like Ryan ammunition when they say they prefer divided government. I think divided government is less productive, but less productive might be less destructive as well. So, and that's kind of the beauty of, American government. The cream will rise to the top one way or the other. But Trump is Trump is a fucking disaster. And Kash Patel, and it's just, this Trump 2.0 is a fucking moral hazard as well as a physical disaster.
Cast their votes for the winner of the popular vote. And if you get 270 plus, if you get a majority of the Electoral College committed to that, then we have direct election of the president. I think it will be litigated and litigated and litigated, even if they get there. So I'm not yet confident it will get there, but I really appreciate it because it is reminding us that there's no democracy in the world that has such a jury-rigged system of picking a president.
Carlos, it strikes you as a clever workaround or a suspicious end run around the Constitution?
If you like the compact, it's a clever and necessary workaround. If you don't, then it's an end run on the Constitution. So I recently read Jill Lepore's new book called We the People on sort of the history of efforts to amend the history of mostly failed efforts to amend the Constitution, and how difficult it's become to do that. As you say, the bar is high in a logistical sense, but also almost impossible to meet in a country that's so polarized and so closely divided. The last time that the United States came close to getting rid of the Electoral College, to changing the way that we pick the presidents, was before I was born. It was the House approved overwhelmingly an election by popular vote in 1969, and it failed in the Senate. I share your concerns about the Electoral College, the undemocratic nature of the Electoral College. This feels a little gimmicky to me, and I feel I can see a million ways in which it can go wrong, right? What if one state reneges under some kind of political pressure? What if the popular vote nationwide is very close? Does that trigger a nationwide recount like everywhere, or is it a recount in just a few states the way it might be now? Also, it feels pretty partisan, right? You mentioned it would require a Democratic wave. EJ, you mentioned the Democratic trifecta would need to make this happen. Somehow I imagine that if Al Gore...
What's up, 12th man?
Hey, how's it going, Stanley?
So far, so good.
I was trying to well, never mind. It's not important.
Oh, okay. Any comments on the video so far or the show so far?
Well, I think you're doing a good job of keeping a common parallel, Stanley.
Keeping what?
A common parallel. Like, you're not too much left, you're not too much right. I mean, you're kind of right on the center on a lot of stuff, but some stuff I don't understand you on, but that's why I keep listening.
Well, you can always ask me a question, but look, it's kind of funny. I'm a left of center guy. I think I I'm not wedded. I'm wedded to critical thinking. I'm wedded to problem solving. Um, I don't care, and sometimes I will piss off the right, and sometimes I'll piss off the left, but mostly the right these days. I think that
Yeah.
MAGA is a disaster. Did you were on the panel yesterday, right?
Well, for a minute before you kicked me off, but it's all good. I'm not sweating
Well,
that.
I kick a lot of people off. However, did you saw that one little snippet, that one little video where the shooter sprints past these relaxed security people? You had cops there. It was almost cartoonish. Okay, the secure all those motherfuckers need to be fired. Like everybody, there were cops there. There was probably um, Secret Service. That whole room, everybody in the room needs to be summarily dismissed because they were relaxed and not on guard duty. Guard duty motherfucking means guard duty. It means you are alert.
Well, it seemed like they were kind of relaxed because they were at a nice hotel or something.
But that's
And
my point. They shouldn't have been. How the fuck, dude? It will not hurt you to be alert for 6 or 8 hours, motherfucker. I used to do fucking. There were times when I do 12 on, 12 off bridge watches, and
yeah,
you better goddamn be alert, or you'll fucking
got to
run
keep
into.
your head on a swivel, right, Stanley?
Dude, I used to drink. It's so funny because when I got out of the Navy, one day about 3 or 4 months after I got out, I woke up one morning and I wasn't tired. I had no clue that I was chronically tired. Dude, I'd be drinking like 3 pots of coffee by myself on a
A
fucking
day? A day?
no, in a 4 hour period.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
a lot.
oh shit. You cannot rest. You've got to stay awake. That's just how it works. Dude, let me tell you a trick. Now, this is when I was in Army ROTC in college. I was an Army ROTC scholar.
Well, you was in ROTC. I didn't know that, Stanley.
I was in
I think you told me one
I
time.
was in Army ROTC 4 years in high school. I was an Army ROTC scholar in college. I had a full
But
ride.
then you went into the Navy after
Yes,
ROTC.
because I did not like the Army, but I love the Navy. Look, sometimes I've talked about this before, maybe not to you, and I don't want to get knee deep into it now. The Navy I was more suited to the Navy than I was the Army. And Marines probably would have been a problem too. I like thinking outside the box too much. I think rules are meant to be bent, and the Navy allowed me to be me. I've
Well,
told
that's great,
stories.
Stanley.
I have told stories about my exo going cross. You have your own agenda, don't you? And I smile back and go and went, exo, your agenda is my agenda. And he just chuckled and shook his head. Dismissed. Dude, of course I got away with some shit. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it because I bent the rules. I didn't break them. The Navy, dude, the Navy is awesome for thinkers.
Yeah, like I'd rather be in the Navy than the Army too. That's why I was in NJROTC, Naval
What can I
Junior
say?
Reserve
The
Officers Training Corps.
The Navy has a sense of humor. The Army does not. That's because they're a bunch of ground pounding drones. Even the fucking SEALs are better than Army Special Forces. So anyway, let me get away from all that. And I don't even remember where I was. But what was I? I don't even remember now. So anyway,
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's just play the video. Hey, Natasha, where have you been, lady? You have missed all kinds of fireworks.
And Hillary
Oh,
Clinton.
wait, hold it. Let me also say, and I can't believe Slick Rick said this. He said yesterday was one of my best shows. Oh my God, no, it was not. It got a lot of views, but that means it was too messy.
And had each won the Electoral College while losing the popular vote, Democrats might be talking about, the sage wisdom of the founders in establishing this system. And I don't know that all these states would be so eager to embrace the compact. If it happens, I hope that it would be a step along the way to actually really amending the Constitution rather than a permanent substitute for that kind of amendment.
What I would much prefer an amendment, obviously, and but democracies all over the world. France, notably, elects their president by popular vote. I mean, if they can do it, we can do it. But you're raising that 1969 case is really important because one of the unfortunate things right now is an issue that wasn't entirely partisan back then. So yes, it would be nice if this issue, which ought to be about democratic accountability, could become bipartisan or nonpartisan again. But we don't see that coming anytime soon.
Well, on to something else. Our not quite literature conversation right now. One of the signs of spring in years like this one.
None dare call it literature.
None dare call it literature is the blossoming of books by would-be presidents. Times like these, with no incumbent able to run in the next presidential election, can probably eliminate unemployment among ghostwriters for months, if not years to come. I've read two of the books that are out. One by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Negative ghostwriters.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom's Young Man in a Hurry.
Okay, 12th man, I will remind you, if you need me to pause the video for comment, I'm willing to do that, but try not to talk over it. You have a comment?
Go ahead, Stanley.
Okay.
Shapiro comes off as a suburban everyman, big Obama supporter who shares Obama's passion for shooting hoops, prides himself on listening to people who didn't and won't vote for him. And if he were nominated, he would be, I think, the kind of Democrat who would seek broad support and deal with Republicans and wouldn't be a Bernie Sanders progressive. He is also Jewish and quite observant. His Jewishness could make this interesting because this is a time when it's widely believed that there's an increase in anti-Semitism in the U.S. He was in the governor's mansion when it was firebombed. To contrast the Shapiro book with Newsom's book, which is very much about family and about his grandparents and his divorced parents and his aunts and his uncles, Shapiro writes this: we didn't spend time with our grandparents. Both of my parents had strained relationships with their parents and families. That's it for the That's it. That's the only mention they get. That would be like 2 chapters or 3 chapters in in Gavin Newsom's book. About halfway through his book, Newsom sort of explains this obsession with family, which is the sense in San Francisco that many regarded him because of his family's closeness to the family of J. Paul Getty, the Getty of Getty Oil, that he was regarded as the fifth Getty son, that his successes might be seen as having been driven by Getty wealth, not by his own. And he writes at one point that if he'd stayed in business with one of the Gettys, that could have robbed him of his hard-earned story, a theft that would become one of the very reasons for writing this book. Carlos, you've slogged through more of these books by would-be presidents than I think anyone I know.
Maybe anyone on earth.
Why do candidates write these books?
You know, I think a lot of them feel they have to write this sort of dutiful campaign memoir, even when they really don't especially want to do it. As you say, they're often ghostwritten. They often have these painfully generic titles like Looking Forward, The Truths We Hold, American Son, American fill in the blank, right? American Journey, you know. Why do they do it? It's a chance to sanitize their lives and their records, you know, place themselves in the most favorable and electoral light. It's also an opportunity, as you described with Gavin Newsom, it's a chance to sort of try to knock out whatever the prevailing criticism of them is. If Gavin Newsom gives off this sense of like the, you know, perfect hair, rich kid, then he tries to change that perception in this book, as you just explained. It's also a publicity exercise. They get booked on TV and on podcasts and on live events to talk about the book.
I have to say this. Gavin Newsom is the left version of Imperious.
They get to tease the presidential run. For the publishers,
Think you could win, Stanley?
because these books often don't sell well.
Who,
but
Newsom?
if your candidate
Who would win?
Do you think Gavin Newsom could win like a presidential election?
No.
What about Kamala?
She was done when she lost.
What's she talking about running again, Stanley?
Okay, which part of no, she can't win, can you not accept?
Gavin Newsom can't win. Who can win?
She is no. She's toast. There's no chance she'll win. There's no chance Gavin Newsom will win. The Democrats are out in the wilderness right now. They better pray. They better pray that an Obama-like character shows up, and we do know that can happen after Obama. Who knew that he would beat Hillary Clinton?
Well, I like Obama a lot more than Biden. At least Obama could fight his way off stage.
Most people do. I mean, look, even people on the right, even no one has ever said they hate Obama.
No.
They may
never tried to shoot him.
They may disagree with his politics. They may disagree with a lot of different things. But the one thing you cannot do is say he's ever had any sort of scandal, like a marital type scandal. You know, the most, you know, he smoked pot. That's like all they got on him. Which I find hilarious.
Well, you know, one of the things I really liked about Obama and Stanley was he bombed the hell out of some Muslims. He dropped 30,000 bombs.
That would be why someone like you would like him. As a matter of fact, that's kind of a damning thing on my side of the aisle. However, dude is suave. He's Rico Suave. and he can shoot a jump shot. Left-handed. So
happens to become the nominee or happens to win the presidency, then the book becomes a bestseller. Now, those are very few and far between. And instead you have remainder piles everywhere with, you know, The Courage to Stand by Tim Pawlenty, right? Those books that really don't make it.
God bless Tim Pawlenty.
No offense to the great state of Minnesota.
I think it's really good that we are the first people to cover one of the most important contests in America, the book primary, because this happens cycle after cycle. Right. And I actually want to defend these books.
Okay. This is getting
I think they can be very.
We'll just stop it there. It's getting way too NPR for me. And Robert Siegel is NPR, or was. And I love Robert Siegel. I think he's awesome. However, this is somewhat tangential to what they're talking about. Apparently, Rahm Emanuel, according to our Washington Examiner, has a message for Democrats, but are they too ready to listen? Now, when a right-wing a newspaper is praising a Democrat, you better take cover. So I warn you now, folks, you're going to have to, I have not figured out how to get through the Examiner's commercial. Maybe I'll drop their subscription too, but we'll have to suffer through it. But I at least want to hear part of why they're liking Rahm Emanuel, who I actually don't think, I would never think of him as any sort of political advisor. Not in 2026, but who knows?
Rahm Emanuel has a message for Democrats. Deporter-in-chief from immigration advocates who are not using the phrase as a compliment. He did it without the performative ICE operations or the chaos that has characterized the Trump administration's approach. But the enforcement was real and substantial. That is the version of the Democratic Party that wins national elections. And it bears almost no resemblance to the one that ran in 2024. That was on vivid display at a convention hosted by the Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network in New York, where nearly a dozen Democrats eyeing 2028 gathered to audition before a largely black audience. The proceedings were instructive. Kamala Harris, who lost to Trump in November, received a raucous standing ovation and chants of run again. The crowd thinned noticeably after she left the stage. She told the audience she is thinking about another run. Pete Buttigieg, who is trying to reinvent himself from a Kinsey-trained technocrat to bearded, diner-frequenting working man, was asked by Sharpton whether he should reserve a table at Sylvia's restaurant in Harlem, as he did during the 2020 campaign, and replied, "You save me a seat. I will be there." Governor J.B. Pritzker, Democrat from Illinois, said he would be more involved than ever before in 2028. The field is taking shape, and its center of gravity is not where Emanuel or the general electorate would place it. Among those who offered something more substantive, Governor Andy Beshear Dekai stood apart. A Democrat who has won 3 statewide elections in a state Trump carried by 30 points in 2024. Beshear advised fellow Democrats to talk like a normal human being and keep the focus on everyday economic issues. He pushed back on calls for impeachment proceedings against Trump, dismissing them as a distraction. There are not the votes there, Beshear told reporters. They ought to be focusing on the terrible approach of this president to the war. His broader pitch, refined over months of travel to early primary states, is blunt. The Democratic Party needs to be a common-sense, common ground, get things done type of party. He does not carry his margins in Kentucky by talking about pronouns and protest movements. He wins by talking about jobs, healthcare, and infrastructure in language that does not require a progressive glossary. That is a skill set the party badly needs and has consistently failed to reward. Governor Josh Shapiro, Democrat from Pennsylvania, is the other figure who fits the mold, and his situation illustrates the problem even more starkly. Heading into his 2026 re-election campaign, Shapiro has a job approval rating of 60% in recent polling, with independents strongly behind him and more than a quarter of Republicans viewing him favorably. In a hypothetical 2028 matchup against Vice President J.D. Vance in Pennsylvania, he leads by double digits.
So, Stanley, can you pause it?
A party coming off a devastating national loss should want. A proven winner in a critical swing state, with crossover appeal and a record of actual...
I guess not.
The progressive...
Yes, sir.
So Is Ben Shapiro a small hat? Like, is he a Jew?
He is Jewish. And they're talking
So
about
he's
the
a
governor of
small hat.
Pennsylvania, I believe.
Isn't he part of the Daily Wire or something like that?
They're not
Ben
talking about Ben
Shapiro.
Shapiro of the Daily Wire.
Well, Matt Walsh released a memo
Okay, Matt
today.
Walsh is a motherfucking incel idiot. So don't bring him up on my show. This is the person this is the person they're talking about. Josh Shapiro, I believe.
Josh Shapiro, okay.
Yes, he is governor of
Is
Pennsylvania.
he related to Ben?
No, he's not related to Ben.
Oh, he's one of the good Democrats. I almost forgot.
Yeah. Oh, look,
Yes.
look, coon of coons, dude. You know, even Trump has stopped talking about Biden so much, but these MAGA blacks, they just cannot. They're not even as forward facing as their daddy Trump is. Their massa Trump. It is so sad to hear people talking about Biden.
Yes, Stanley, I was so happy
Guys are
the
fucking
day
morons.
the day my mom told me she was leaving the Democrat Party. I was so happy.
Well, bless her heart. She's more likely to be on a death panel with Republicans in office than the Democrats, though.
Don't be talking about my mama like that. She ain't gonna be nothing like that.
I just said she's more likely. I didn't say she would. And hopefully she has her passport. they're deporting
She's not leaving.
Oh, she may not have a choice.
Are you leaving? I'm not leaving.
Well, hey, I actually have a DD-214 and a VA card with
Are you gonna leave, Stanley?
with my citizenship on it. So no, I can present credentials. You need to make sure your mother has, like, proof that she's an American. She needs her papers. Because this is turning into something that democracy wasn't necessarily meant to handle.
Well, we're not a democracy. I already explained that.
We are sorry, the American Republic and democracy. When you say American democracy, you mean American Republic. The two are interchangeable in an American context. We're not talking textbook when we say democracy in an American context. Can you not understand that part?
Well, what is the Fourth Amendment?
When we say democracy
article,
in America,
say what?
When we say democracy in America, we're not talking about Athens.
Stanley, why are we a Republican form of government?
Read a book and figure it out. This is not Stanley.
Read the Constitution.
This is not, no. Sorry. I've read the Constitution probably more times than you have.
Says it right there in Article 4, we're a Republican form of government.
I've read plenty of books about the Constitution written by constitutional scholars. You don't win on that point either.
You just ignore that part.
What you can do is be less belligerent. What you can do is take a deep breath and a deep sip of your Franzia and calm the fuck down.
I do know what I'm drinking.
You are literally starting to annoy me. Don't make today like yesterday.
You looking through my lens, motherfucker?
I do not want to bounce you off this panel, but it's getting close.
I'm just messing with you, Stanley.
Well, stop messing with me. So what we're going to do is move on. And I promised it would get more boring, and I'm going to deliver. This is actually someone named Laurie Johnson, who is a political philosophy professor at the University of Kansas. And two things that she's done.
White?
Really sure. I'm sorry, what?
Is she white?
Why does it matter?
It does matter.
Whoa.
I only want to hear from black women on this panel.
When I said you were becoming belligerent and annoying, you're going to deliver in spades, aren't you?
Was she white or black? And I came up here to hear from black people, not white people.
You came up here to be racial?
Yeah, I want to hear from black people, not white people. I'm white. Why would I want to hear from myself?
Am I white or black?
You're black. I've seen you before.
So if you come up to my panel and you're talking to me, you're hearing from black people, are you not?
Well, I just wanted to make sure this woman is white or black.
Question. If you come up to this black man's panel and you and I are conversing back and forth, you're hearing from a black person, right?
That's right.
Okay, well then you're hearing from black people or a black person. So
well, it better not be another white woman.
Relax, a black man is talking to you. You got your daily dose of chocolate talk.
Damn, he's bad, Stanley. You're terrible.
So let us hear about Edmund Burke, please. Cute cat.
Why is it so important to learn about this way of thinking? Well, first of all, our preconceived notions about politics and ideologies really need to be challenged at this point. I don't think I need to say that they become more of a problem than a solution. And classical conservative thought is out of the box at this point in time. And so it's kind of a curative thing to try to understand and to a certain extent to try to apply it. It deals with practical matters. And one of my biggest pet peeves in the theory world is that there's a lot of people who just mental gymnastics and juggling ideas.
Let me
and that's not why I'm in it. And that's not why any.
Now, luckily, I actually pre-listened to this. So all I need you to do is listen, and if you have questions, ask me politely to stop the video, and you can ask the questions and we can converse. What I will not allow is you over talking. There's some important points that you MAGA people need to understand about what conservatism is. Just like you think that America's not a democracy. Well, as it turns out, the American version of conservative is not classical conservatism. There are different types of conservatism. Did you know that?
Well, we should study on that, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
We should study on that, I think.
Okay, well, the books are out there.
Everybody should be in it.
And as it turns out, the videos are out there too. If you want to know something in this world and on the internet, more than likely you can know it, but you got to go out and seek the knowledge. It's not going to knock on your front door or just
I already
magically.
know everything about white people.
Okay, why is this all of a sudden racial?
I told you it's going to be a white
Why
woman.
why are
told
we
you
all of a sudden talking
all.
about white people and black people? I suspect I know why, but I'd love to hear your version.
Well, you love white women a lot. I get that thing.
Okay, well, what you get is your racial attitudes. I've told you you're a racist before.
Well, I love black
And yet
women. How can I be
all I gotta do is clip this up. So I always know that you'll prove me right when I say you're a racist.
Well, I love black women
Yeah,
and you love white
I
women.
literally said we were gonna watch a video about Edmund Burke, and the first thing you're asking is if the lady is white. What kind of racist dude? You are a racist.
She a mulatto. She's half
Bitch,
white,
I
half
will
black.
literally put you in the back if you keep over talking me. You're racist to the core, much like a lot of people in this particular YouTube circle that we tend to float back and forth on shows. You're a racist, and that's my opinion of you. And
You feel better now?
you are literally proving me right, sentence by drunken sentence.
Well, you're not exactly sober, so.
But I'm not a racist.
Well, I think you kind of are.
Yeah,
You like
well,
white women. I like black women.
Are you actually thinking clearly at this point? We know you're a racist.
Yeah.
We know you're a racist, but if you'll notice,
Oh,
I didn't
really?
talk about
Can you prove it?
all I said was that we were going to watch a video about Edmund Burke from a political philosophy professor.
Yeah, white people.
Okay, bitch. I don't like being overtaught. You can wait till I'm done. All I said, we're going to watch a political philosophy video about Edmund Burke, and you brought race into it. You're a racist. Okay. And I don't give a fuck if I hurt your feelings. You need to know, because apparently no one else has enough balls to say it to you on a panel. Now, you're annoying me, 12th man, like you did yesterday, and I have no compunction about just keeping you in the back. Redeem yourself, rectify your behavior, suppress your racism, and save it for a goddamn, save it for another panel. It does not fly here, sir.
Now you sound like Al Sharpton.
Bye. Enough. See you later. Go sober up, sir.
You should be in it if you can use it to solve problems. And classical conservative thinking is about solving problems. And because of that, it's not maybe as sexy as, the latest theory trend or whatever. But frankly, if that's what you're after, then go find something else to do, because political theory should be about, and is about, when it's at its best, about solving human problems. And classical conservative thinking is all about that. As I say there, it provides a tendency and a way of thinking that transcends ideologies. And don't we need that now? So if this is new to you, just try to hang in there, because typically when we hear the term conservative, at least in the United States, it comes along with a very different connotations. Like, this is the book that I've used for so long. It's edited by Pocock, and in the introduction, which Pocock writes, he says, "We do not mean what is meant by the word in the contemporary United States, which is in the US sense, it's a blend of American patriotism, evangelical religion, and free enterprise values. That's not what this.
Okay, and let me also say this. I'll remind everybody it's going to be dry, but I'm willing to take that risk. I'm into Edmund Burke. If I could be a conservative, it would be more of a classical conservative. This people have, I think, conservatism. Politics and philosophy are hand in hand. Politics is downstream of culture. Philosophy is culture, or a deeply embedded part of culture. So politics is downstream of philosophy. And I'm not an academic, so I could be getting this wrong, but it's the way I see it. The way I see conservatism is more a classical conservatism, where you are a problem solver. That's really job one. And I don't see, we'll just let the actual professor talk.
Kind of conservatism is about. This is an older kind. And then he goes on to say Burke's conservatism is part of the history of philosophical conservatism. And we shall see in greater detail as we study this text that this is based on the claim that human beings acting in politics always start from within a historically determined context, and that it's morally as well as practically important to remember that they're not absolutely free to wipe away this context. So it's historically informed, and because of that, it's flexible. What works in one area at one particular time from the classical conservative perspective may not and probably will not work in another. So it's not a one-size-fits-all way of thinking, and that distinguishes it from contemporary U.S. conservatism, which is really a form of right-wing liberalism. So, Burke was Irish, which makes him kind of near and dear to my heart. He came from Ireland. He moved to England to further his career, but he came from poor to middle class background. His mother was definitely from the poorer class, and she was an Irish Catholic. His dad was an Irish Protestant, and he was a solicitor or a kind of lawyer. Okay. But neither one of them were members of the aristocracy. So Burke was not a member of the aristocracy. And that meant to the extent that he rose in this world, it was due to his own genius and his own hard work and ingenuity. And he made the very most of that. And he became a member of the Whig Party in England. The Whig Party was the party that was not for absolute monarchy or, the supremacy of the English monarch. It was the party that had backed the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which ushered in a mixed form of government and reined in the powers of the monarch and elevated the Parliament's supremacy. So Burke was not a Tory. In other words, he wasn't a traditionalist to that extent of supporting the English monarchy as supreme. It was the more, using our terms, the more progressive party. And you might wonder, well, why? Why is he now considered a traditionalist or a conservative? Well, we'll get to that. He was a combination of the product of his own work in writing and in more or less giving services to people in the way of editorial work, as well as analysis. And also as a result of that, he was a product of aristocratic patronage. The Rockingham family, the major Whig influence in England, supported Burke in many ways. And so Burke rose partly due to his own hard work and partly due to the fact that that work gained him attention and gave him a patron, a wealthy aristocratic family that supported him. And so, that experience shaped his entire worldview. He understood that the aristocracy was limited because just because you were born of noble birth didn't mean that you would be productive or that you would be particularly smart. He understood that because of his own personal experience. However, he also understood that the aristocracy could be a source of support for the intellectual life.
I want to make a point about what she just said about, just because you're born, into an aristocratic or a wealthy family does not automatically make you smart or anything like that. I think Trump is living proof of that. Just had to put that dig in because I'm anti-Trump. I think Trump is literally the worst president of my lifetime.
And that perhaps the growing bourgeois class was not as interested in that generally or as supportive because their focus was more narrow. It was on making money, which Burke was not terribly interested in doing, as we'll find out. He also had political experience of a practical nature. He was a member of parliament for several years for Bristol. And then he obtained a pocket borough, which means a borough is basically a position in parliament that was given to him because of the family that controlled the area basically allowed Burke to represent the area. So he was involved in parliament. And as far as religion goes, he respected it deeply. As I said, his mother was a Catholic, his father was a Protestant. He was a member of the Church of Ireland, and he was a great supporter of the Church of England as an institution. So in effect, he was a type of Protestant. So Burke was known for his highly emotional rants in Parliament. With a very strong and sometimes indecipherable Irish accent. He would go on and on. He was often known for being highly emotional, sometimes haranguing people, definitely shouting, and just going on at great length, which would empty out the chamber, apparently. Google MPs asleep, and you will see that MPs, members of parliament, are kind of notorious for falling asleep during long speeches. I bet you anything that Edmund Burke put a few people to sleep. But at the same time, from what I can tell and from what I've read, if you read the transcripts, if you actually read what Burke wrote, his ability to make a good speech was fine, and he was actually a master of the language. If you read this book along with me, you'll see that Burke is capable of a great turn of phrase. But yes, he could go on. And so he was not always the most popular guy, and he often took controversial stances. And, so for that reason, didn't always make him adorable to everybody there. Now, the one that really stands out, a stance that really didn't make him popular with his own party, was his opposition to the French Revolution. He'd sort of been on the fence about the American Revolution. He supported the revolutionaries' claims of being more or less disenfranchised by the English. And he thought that the way that England should go is to basically make amends with these colonists, make sure they were represented and taken care of to avoid a revolution. When the revolution in America happened, however, he stepped back and didn't say anything, which was the first indication that Burke and revolution of the type that's violent anyway, did not mix. In this book, the Reflections on the Revolution in France, he makes a distinction between the Glorious Revolution of 1688 and the French Revolution. The Glorious Revolution was, more or less, I'm sure there was some violence somewhere, but more or less a peaceful transition.
Hey, what's up, Con? Let me address my buddy Cooney. We're gonna call him Cooney. Yes. Anyone who has a problem with a critique of capitalism is a coon. Coon of coons. Coon of coons for capitalism. But it should be spelled with K's. Son, capitalism is not above critique. If Marx does a good job of it, stop being butthurt, KKK. Again, I'm sure you think this is a joke, but ooh boy, you coon, stop it. Coon of coons, KKK.
Burke treats as staying within the zone of the original framework of the English Constitution. That just kind of switched up monarchs so that Catholicism
I would absolutely agree, but
again, we'll talk more about that.
Cooney.
But you know, the French Revolution.
Look, anyone who actually reads books knows that Marx, as a critique of capitalism, is not necessarily the same thing as Marxism. As soon as you put ism into it, it becomes systemic. And Americans in particular, because I'm older than KKK, KK Coon. Maybe we'll just call him KK Coon. I'm older than him. I actually remember a time when kids read books. I go home, next time I go home to, my father's house, I'm going to take a picture of the bookshelf that he custom built into a recessed wall for my mother. It's not like a library size, but it's a big ass bookshelf. There's probably, who knows how many books, but a couple hundred. Well, maybe 300, because she like these little pulp novels too. What I'm trying to say is this inability to separate Marxist critique from Marxism is a sign of a lack of reading comprehension, a lack of the ability to absorb the knowledge, and a lack of being able to deal with concepts. Okay, communism, though there was a communist manifesto, that's the ism. The critique of capitalism is somewhat different. And if you understand concepts, you can separate the two. Even though Marx probably, there was a blend. Bottom line is, if you're actually able to understand at a conceptual or maybe even metaphysical level, you know the difference. Now that weird bottom basement political mudslinging that KK Coon wants to do, it's problematic, and it's not even that humorous. But KK Coon is one of my dearest YouTube friends, so we're not going to cast too many aspersions, but he needs to know that he's really sounding ignorant at this point, all because he wants to go back and relive 1985 or something. Motherfucker, communism failed. We all know that.
I was like extremely radical, a break from the French position. And he felt that there were a lot of Whigs, and he was right. There were a lot of Whigs, of people of his party, who admired the French Revolution too much. And apparently he didn't think they saw the radicalism and the danger in it. And so, he took a stance that was opposed more and more to his own party's position. So, the way Burke felt was that his party was leaving him behind, that it was shifting from the type of party that he knew and supported to one that would actually support this really radical, crazy revolutionary stance that in France. But he did not leave his party over it. Instead, he continued to try to persuade and educate and warn them. And this earned him a lot of animosity. Okay, they didn't like it. One of his friends, Fox in particular, was upset. He wrote this book, An Appeal from the New to the Old Whigs, as a way of trying to like explain to his Whig buddies why it is they should change their mind, and that their positions were not very Whiggish, okay? Which brings me to this friendship with Charles James Fox, okay? Fox was also a supporter and a patron of Burke, but they really split up. They had a sort of bromance going on, and then they split up over Burke's opinion of the French Revolution, because Fox just got more and more radical about it as time went by, apparently. And the cool thing about Fox is he's sort of a Falstaff type figure in English history. You can see there he had these amazing eyebrows. And in fact, he was known as the Eyebrow. And he was this very portly man whose life was just like large. Like he lived outside the box entirely in his personal life. You know, he would drink a lot. He partied all the time, and he was known as a womanizer. You know, he had affairs. He eventually married a woman that was kind of like considered, you know, improper, and he kept the marriage secret for years while enjoying her company the whole time. He was just an outsized individual in every way, and apparently Edmund Burke and him got along famously. He was fun, you know. I don't know if Burke did this, but Fox was a gambler as well. And, you know, so I'm sure that Burke at least enjoyed many a party and a great conversation with Charles James Fox. However, when it came to their argument about the French Revolution, apparently one or both of them like got all teary-eyed as they like reached the point of irreconcilable differences and literally broke up in a session of Parliament, or at least this is what I read, and that at least Charles Fox was literally crying about this split because they liked each other so much. And so, I mean, this kind of, again, it reminds me of the relationship between Henry IV and Falstaff. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm telling you right now, you need to watch.
Here, let me also say, and maybe, I don't know, YouTube is doing something weird with posted links. So I thought I posted the link, but let me go ahead and drop the link, the panel link in the chat, because apparently there's some folks who have much to say, but I need to give them the opportunity to come up here and confront their tormentor. So there is the panel link, folks. Let me put it in the in the other two streams as well. There you are. Come on up, talk some shit. I'm in a mood to put some people in their very limited spaces. There's some monsters that need to go back into their little cages. And I was hoping CM would come by. I did not put his name in the title, so apparently he won't be summoned.
Henry IV, parts 1 and 2, and pay attention to the relationship between Hal, Prince Henry, and Falstaff, and how at a certain point in part 2, Henry has to say goodbye to this larger than life, party hard, absolutely dissolute, wonderful man with a low, sort of like a low character on some ends of the spectrum, but also like loyalty to a certain extent, but not completely. In other words, Falstaff is a mixed character with plenty of bad, but also very lovable and a good friend for Hal. And Hal used his company for a long time as a form of entertainment. But there came this point where he had to lead, and then literally Hal had to disown him and said, more or less, we can't be friends anymore. I can't talk to you anymore. And something similar happened here with Burke, who felt so strongly about not going down the revolutionary path that he let this friendship go in the most dramatic way possible. So what was it about the French Revolution and the way that Burke thought that led him to break up this famous friendship and put him at odds with so many other people? Why did he become so stubborn? Well, this is what I hope to be able to explain, and I'm going to move through some of the chief points of the Reflections on the Revolution in France. And you can tell I've read this a lot. This is my copy that I've been using for years in class. And as you can see, it's actually in two pieces at this point. So I have taught this many times. I've read it many times, and hopefully hang in there. If you're somewhat suspicious because you watch me because you don't like contemporary conservatives, you may be a little bit suspicious, but I think that you've got something to learn. Hang in there and check this out, because it can help us to become more practical. This book is in the style of what I would call
all right. Well, let me
polemic.
pause this right quick, because this is part 2 of that first part. So political, philosophical polemic. And then there's going to be more Burke after this. So I said it was going to be boring, and apparently the natives in the chat are getting fidgety. if there's not enough cacostocracy or tomfoolery or fuckery, this is a weekday show, not the weekend. We try and be a little bit more sober, if I can possibly use that word, a little bit more serious, a little bit more, let's learn some stuff about American politics. And it's not for everybody, folks. People get bored with this sort of stuff. However, I do not. And I was actually talking in the chat, of course, to Latino for Trump, who, all of a sudden we've become allies, and I'm perfectly fine with that. He is a family man, and I'm never going to be against a family man, for God's sake. But you got to do you as a content creator, and I think I could have better numbers, but I also have to sleep at night. And let me put it to you this way. If my sister, now not my father, but if my sister tuned into this, and who knows, she would probably counsel me to tone it down a little bit. It's embarrassing, but she'd also be laughing at how brutal I can be. But I'm gonna do me, and God damn it, I'm interested in my content. And if only 330 people are interested in my content, at some point it'll get monetized. But if only 333 people or 330 people, actually it's up to 335, by the way. We got a couple new subscribers. I'm okay with that. I am going to do me. And the Stanley in me is interested in Edmund Burke because I haven't read Edmund Burke in a couple years, a couple decades actually. And I am trying to do the work, at least in my own little YouTube way, of taking arguments like the gulag. Dude, this is why people don't come up to my panel, because I just fucking destroy them. Okay, I know their arguments better than they do. They retreat quite often when I get the better of them. And what they can't fathom is I don't fight fair. I think ad hominem attacks are part of the argument, especially if I lose patience and I start doubting your intelligence. Dude, if I doubt your intelligence and you're up here arguing some point that I know you heard on some YouTube panel but haven't researched, I'm going to be merciless. It's what I do. It's what makes me happy. I'm going to do me, and I'm going to brutalize you rhetorically, of course. If you come up here half cocked, I will do my level best to embarrass the fuck out of you. Just like I did with CM yesterday. Candy Cane came up here and she wanted to have her say, and I was interested in what she had to say. CM had every opportunity to come up here and be a gentleman and actually have a conversation, and he wants to think like this is his prison and everybody's going to be intimidated by tough talk. Motherfucker, keep that fucking Cali Black bullshit in Folsom or wherever the fuck it was you were imprisoned. It doesn't work on my panel. And no, Stanley versus the World is not a free speech platform. You can speak freely, but that's about it. It's a speak freely platform, not necessarily a free speech platform. And if you can't understand the difference, that's a you problem. This is not kindergarten civics class, folks. And if I have to lose subscribers over that, one of these days I'll be monetized. Stanley can get a little stubborn and persnickety on of course I can. I'm old, Con. Come on now. You know, once you hit 60, persnickety is kind of in the description of being old. I would even go farther than persnickety. I'm just cranky. I am cranky, crotchety, curmudgeonly. I am all of the above, and we all know my weaknesses. So thank you. Hey, Con, that's fine. Look, you and I tend to agree more than most. So shit. Well then if you're almost as old, you know what I'm talking about. And hey, I embrace my curmudgeonly. You gotta have a sense of humor though. You know, you can't you gotta have a sense of humor if you're gonna be curmudgeonly. So anyway, let's get back to this video. And the link is dropped. If y'all want to come up, even if you want to change the topic or lighten it up, that's fine. But I'm kind of into this. Damn it.
It's not a treatise in the sense of
and the main reason I'm
into it, linear fast.
The main reason I'm into it is all these fake echo chamber black conservatives. They don't do the hard work of knowing this stuff. okay, if SKC wants to, mock me for the Edmund Burke stuff, well, motherfucker, you can't call yourself a conservative if you have not read him. And I suspect he has read Edmund Burke, but he just wants to seem cool in front of his little old YN buddies.
It's written ostensibly to a man named Charles-Francois Dupont, who really wanted to know Burke's opinion about the French Revolution in its early stage. And at first, Burke was just going to write a letter, and I think he did. Then he thought better of the brief answer that he'd given. And then after a while, he thought about the fact that maybe he wanted other people to know about his opinion. And it turned into this book, which was later published as a book, and then, called Reflections on the Revolution in France. That he wanted.
This is actually one of the more interesting thing. And I'm with Edmund Burke, dude. The French Revolution was populism gone wild. And he had a problem with it. And some weird, I don't know how, to be honest, and there's probably books written about this. Edmund Burke was not against the American Revolution. He was against the French Revolution because the shit just went too far. So, Thomas Paine is definitely worth reading. He's a stirring writer. And he was an able counterbalance, but somehow America found a balance between Burke and Thomas Paine. But the most interesting thing is Edmund Burke was anti-Enlightenment, which is fascinating in and of itself. And I never really thought about it until, I listened to these two videos. He was anti-Enlightenment. He was anti-revolution, basically, except the Glorious Revolution in England. He was for that. It's a complicated thing, and maybe it's more a vibe issue. But I think Burke, I'm a fan of Burke, even though I'm on the left. I don't think Burke was that far right. He was just more of a traditionalist.
Started out as kind of a letter. It's not systematically organized. It's sometimes repetitious. As a matter of fact, I mostly don't ask my students.
Really, SKC, the Whig Party?
The first 2/3. It's sometimes emotive.
Wow,
in fact, it's
that's
often emotive,
dusting
just
off
like
a point.
Burke was in the House of Commons. He was an emotional man. And so that comes out in many ways, and sometimes brilliant turns of phrase. It's a work of rhetoric. And that rhetoric, which means just, emotive kind of proclamations and the style that would draw out people's anger and their indignation, but isn't necessarily well reasoned, along with parts that are extremely well reasoned. As a political philosophy professor, I tend to focus in on those parts that are well reasoned, but I think that it's important to acknowledge that they were embedded on purpose into a great deal of kind of emotive rhetoric, which Burke no doubt thought, rightly, is a better form of communication as far as persuading most people. So I think that it turns out very well done. Now, in the background, there's events that Burke very much has in mind from the 17th century at first here with the English Civil War, the Revolution of 1642, in which the English Parliament, taken over by dissenting Christians, Presbyterians, Puritans, and the like, and they were worried that Charles' progeny would impose Catholicism on them. And they actually ended up executing Charles I and bringing in Oliver Cromwell and changing the government. Oliver Cromwell was a Puritan who turned out to be rather dictatorial. Anybody who wants to know about that could do no better than to read Thomas Hobbes' Behemoth, which is a history of that revolution and the English Civil War. Of course, Hobbes didn't like any of that. It was a nasty time, and the English went through several changes in government over this short period of time between 1642 and 1651, and then they ended up being exhausted, sort of jaded with this radical experiment in more or less democratic government that turned into sort of theocratic government. And they reverted to the monarchy and asked Charles II, the heir of Charles I, to come back into power, which, by the way, if I were Charles II, I would have hightailed it right out of there. But he did his duty and came back. Now, when Charles II died, his brother took over. And James was a Catholic. And I think that the English were willing to sort of tolerate that for a period of time. But when he had a son, all bets were off, and there was another revolution, the Revolution of 1688, that brought in William and Mary. Mary was James's Protestant daughter, and the English made William and Mary co-sovereigns, basically. So there was this in the background. Now, just so that you know, like, Burke was nauseated by the first revolution and that whole Civil War history. Burke, though, accepted and admired what happened during the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688, which was not as bloody. In fact, very little blood was shed in the process of deposing the king and bringing in these new monarchs. Now, the premier event, the event that is, really the instigator for this book, is the French Revolution that began in 1789. And as we'll see, a lot of people in England looked on to France and thought, well, they're having their own maybe glorious revolution. They're changing, but it's good. It's bringing in certain changes in a popular direction that perhaps people need. But as we now know, and as Burke could see very early on, the French Revolution was way more radical. All revolutions are radical, okay? And I would contend even the Glorious Revolution was radical in its own way. But the French Revolution was crazy radical, okay? And in its early stages, I think it was not so easy to see, especially from the distance of England. But Burke could see the kernel of radicalism within it that led to Robespierre. They used to take their enemies, or the people they deemed to be enemies, the French revolutionaries did, and put them on barges and basically set them aflame and let them sink into the river. Well, there's more to be said about the radicalism of the French Revolution, but Burke could see it. All right. So those are the three big events, the events from the past, as well as the ongoing event that Burke is writing about during this time in this work. And there's this group of people in England, group of men, the Revolution Society, that more or less depicted itself as pro-Glorious Revolution, identifying with the Glorious Revolution. And, at this point in time, was making the connection between the Glorious Revolution and the French Revolution, and vice versa, trying to talk about how the French Revolution was very much like what their country had done, and that it ought to be supported. And so not only were members of the Revolution Society talking about the French Revolution favorably in England, but they were also speaking on behalf of England to the French. They had more or less sent emissaries to France to say, yes, the Revolution Society of England supports you, okay? They interpreted the Glorious Revolution in a way that Burke more or less disagreed with, because they saw in the Glorious Revolution the principle that the people of England had chosen their monarchy in a sort of democratic election, and that had more or less cemented the idea of the democratic basis for the rule of the monarchs. Burke disagrees entirely. And he's worried because it looks like the Revolution Society is trying to spread the radicalism of the French Revolution to England. So the first thing that Burke does is he schools Dupont, the young man to whom he is writing. And he says, first of all, I'm not at all associated with the Revolution Society, and these people have been talking to you over there and may have misled you. But if you respect me, basically, I have to tell you, you shouldn't be listening to them, okay? He says to Dupont, they're doing something improper by opening, quote, a formal public correspondence with the actual government of a foreign nation without the express authority of the government of England. So there he's accusing the Revolution Society of overstepping its bounds and speaking for the nation of England, which they are just a private group and they shouldn't have done. And then he more seriously says, they're also very wrong, okay? He says, am I seriously to felicitate a madman? Now here he's talking about, the French revolutionaries. So he's already seeing these revolutionaries as more or less having gone mad. They're kind of crazy over there. Am I to seriously congratulate a madman who has escaped from the protecting restraint and wholesome darkness of his cell on his restoration to the enjoyment of his light and liberty? Maybe not. But the Revolution Society does, okay? They're basically doing that. They're celebrating and congratulating people who have gone mad over here in this other country and giving what they are doing too much respect by more or less associating it with the English Glorious Revolution. He also says, I flatter myself that I love a manly, moral, regulated liberty. Now, that term manly in this context can be kind of misconstrued because it comes through modern ears, but it was said all the time back then, of course. And what it just meant was just firm, serious, mature, controlled, not crazy, not, flippant, but rather, prudent and mature. Okay. And so he's gonna.
Yeah, that sounds like un-Trump-like sort of statements. Yeah, Trump is not manly.
In this book, distinguish between a type of liberty that is basically license, the freedom to do anything you want whenever you want, including all sorts of harm, and the type of liberty that is constrained and controlled by social, cultural, political, religious institutions and mechanisms. We are not free to do anything. We are only free to do what a human being ought to do within this particular context and within the bounds of duty and responsibility from his view of liberty. Okay, so he schools Dupont. And then he rebukes this Reverend Richard Price. Now, Reverend Price was a prominent member of the Revolution Society. And so Reverend Price, using the pulpit, Burke says, gives an address to the Revolution Society that is also printed up, and Burke gets a copy, and he sees it as a representative of, the Revolution Society's admirations for the French Revolution and their designs on England for making it more revolutionary. And here's where he makes the point about religion and politics. He compares Price's rhetoric to the radical Christian dissenting rhetoric of the 1642 revolution, when a lot of dissenting Christians and radical Presbyterians had basically plunged the country into civil war and had tried to enact all sorts of really big changes in the form of government that would lead to a kind of theocratic popular government of sorts. And they used the pulpit all the time to politic, right? And of course, in his view, it was a complete disaster. I think pretty much everybody agreed with that at this point in time, as Burke was writing. And so he's saying, look, Reverend Price, you sound an awful lot like those crazy radicals back then that plunged our country into bloodshed and warfare, killed a king, and, took us decades and decades to recover from. He calls what Price did a, quote, political sermon. And he says, no sound ought to be heard in the church but the healing voice of Christian charity. So that's a theme that comes back again and again. It's not so much that he's not asking for a separation of church and state in the sense of, getting rid of the establishment of the Church of England. Rather, he's talking about there's two different spheres here. There's the sphere that the church resides in, which should have to do with people's souls and with the establishment of charity and community. And then there's, the political regime over here, and it has to do with law and order and, making sure that people don't kill each other and so on. And those are two separate jobs. Okay. And they shouldn't mix those jobs. All right. Here's a great quote that illustrates his disdain for the way that Price thought. He says, as to the kings of this world, all of whom except one, this arch pontiff of the rights of men, that's Richard Price, with all the plenitude and with more than the boldness of the papal deposing of power in its meridian fervor of the 12th century, puts into one sweeping clause of ban and anathema, and proclaims usurpers by circles of longitude and latitude over the whole globe, it behooves them to consider how they admit into their territories these apostolic missionaries who are to tell their subjects they are not lawful kings. Okay. So, the Revolution Society had said that the English king, the English monarch was legitimate because that monarchy came from what they considered to be the legitimate event of 1688. But no others were, because they weren't selected by the people. And you see Burke here saying, well, this man is talking like a Catholic pope, basically. Now, in the context of the time, that was definitely a bad thing, okay? In and of itself, this sort of sounds a little anti-Catholic here, right? But the point is, the Pope makes these decrees and bans and proclaims something anathema. And here we have Richard Price basically taking into himself this authority to basically say who's a legitimate king and who isn't. And it would really behoove any monarch, any sort of government, okay, to be careful about bringing somebody like Richard Price and the Revolution Society and their tracts into their space, because this is not the type of thinking that you want. It's destabilizing thinking. Burke thinks it's wrong and dangerous. Okay. Now, then he turns to how should we see the Glorious Revolution? And here's where Burke, well, I'll talk more about this in another video, I'm sure, but here's where Burke, I think, gets into a little bit of trouble. Okay. Now, the way that he wants us to see the Glorious Revolution is that it didn't deviate from the tradition and the English Constitution, which is not one document, but it's a series of documents and events and an understanding of how the government should work. But, he would say that the Glorious Revolution upheld the English Constitution, including its hereditary right of succession, that it didn't change everything dramatically, but rather it returned practice back to the spirit of the original Constitution, or more closely to the tradition, through the actions of changing from one monarch to another, right? So we get the succession because Mary is the daughter of James, right? And it rebalances the power between the monarch and the parliament, which I guess you, according to this way of arguing, you would have to say had become unbalanced, right? And he also says it was an necessary and extraordinary act that does not set a precedent, that just because something like this had to happen at this point in time to correct certain grave errors did not mean that this is the way change should happen from now on. So he makes all of these arguments. I would just say for now that, and we'll talk about this more in other videos, but the Glorious Revolution was a little bit more radical than Burke wants to make it out to be. It did change the relationship between the monarch and the parliament quite dramatically. And in fact, though it didn't quite work this way for a while, it established legislative supremacy. You know, it gave a lot of more power to the parliament. Now, Burke says the two houses in the act of King William, that is bringing William and Mary in, did not thank God that they had found a fair opportunity to assert a right to choose their own governors. They threw a politic well-wrought veil over every circumstance tending to weaken the rights which in the meliorated order of succession they meant to perpetuate, or which might furnish a precedent for any future departure from what they had then settled forever. Now, that may be true in the sense that, yes, they did cast a veil over the change. And yes, they did not get rid of the idea of hereditary succession of monarchy, but they did do this. That's a section from the Declaration of Right. Freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. And there's plenty more like this, okay? It rebalanced the power quite a bit in Parliament's favor. So this is important to keep in mind. Does Burke not know this? Yes, of course he knows this. And I think that part of his strategy is that even if he does know this, what's important is the stability of England, the stability of the political culture. And any sort of talk that emphasizes dramatic change or a departure from tradition or practice inserts in people's minds the idea that more departures are legitimate, and there's a price to pay for that in his view, a price to pay for getting used to the idea that you can just change anything whenever you want to. So when we come back next time, I'll talk a little bit more about 1688, and that'll keep coming up, and we'll try to get into why it is that Burke thinks that sometimes it's good to throw a politic, well-wrought veil over the truth, and whether that's ever really a good idea or not.
That is, oops. That is quite the term. So I was actually gonna do an hour and a half long Michael Scherer talk about Burke, but I'm just gonna put that off and something a little bit more enlightening. Look, you may like Cornel West, you may not. This is an amazing speech, and I had it bookmarked for maybe the last half of this speech, but I've just decided to show the whole thing. Whether you like Cornel West or not, the motherfucker is just flat out brilliant. So I wish I could be him, and I'm trying for the hairstyle. That's a joke.
My God. My God, my God, my God, brother. I love you too.
Now, I warn you now, it is a little bit slow. He does crack some jokes, but that last third of the speech, it becomes, this is where the brilliance shows through. The dude, if y'all don't know, Cornel West actually wrote, and I can't remember the name of the book, and I have not read it, but supposedly it's like, and I'm not talking about Race Matters. That was kind of the pop book, but he wrote an actual book of philosophy that's taught in classes. It was that like level. So we're going to hear the whole thing. And then we can end the show after that.
And I salute you. We've had a wonderful time together.
Yes, it is, Brian. I'm trying.
Brilliant intellect, sweet spirit. You got a heart of gold. Straight out of New Orleans.
Unfortunately, here. I'm not going to be able to do the brain. The hair will just be a horrible imitation of life.
At St. John's College, you all are blessed to have him. Give it up for my dear brother. Give it up. We salute our dear sister, Maya, too. Oh, yes. And we have a special salute for Sandra, his magnificent and precious mother. We are who we are because somebody loved us. Somebody cared for us. Somebody sacrificed for us. And each time I come to Santa Fe, for me, it is a homecoming.
By the way, if you don't know St. John's, I was saying the other day, I actually had a professor who taught me comparative lit, who was a graduate of St. John's. It's literally, well, more or less right across the street from the Naval Academy. But their big deal is it's a great books curriculum. So people are learning Greek and Latin to a point to where they can actually read. They can actually read the great books in their native language. It is crazy, but hey, it's very Leo Strauss, which, by the way, well, it's Leo Strauss on steroids, because you're actually learning like Greek, good enough to read these books. And Cornel West will actually mention Leo Strauss, who I'm trying to catch up with as well.
It's a family reunion.
Oh, the other thing is Cornel West also mentions a hero of mine, and maybe I'll show this video as dessert. The great Jacques Barzun. He wrote a book called From Dawn to Decadence. It's a brilliant. Oh my God! It is like European history on steroids. He does it. It's like 1,000 pages. But Barzun, I'm going to show that next. It's another hour. And then I do need to keep this under 6 hours because I don't feel like doing editing. But this is the great Cornel West. I thought it was a great speech.
My dear brother.
Or address or whatever this is.
J. Walter Sterling, captain of the ship with the first lady. Give it up for both of them. Yes. And when he set eyes on me, he reminded me, he said, you know, you gave the commencement here in 2001. And I said, my God. 25 years ago. And the one thing I recall from that commencement speech is I was so excited that there's still some institutions of higher learning that are fundamentally committed to the highest levels of arete, of intellectual and moral and spiritual excellence. But when I looked at the list, I didn't see enough comic writers. Little Aristophanes, yes, but Lucian, Jonathan Swift, and the greatest one of them all, Anton Chekhov. And so when Veronica Chuck showed me the list today, there she is. Give it up, Veronica Chuck. Veronica Chuck, we salute you, we salute you. When I looked at the list and I saw Anton Chekhov, I was overwhelmed. Deeply, deeply overwhelmed. And I'll tell you why. I think the sense of the comic is so appropriate in these grim and dim times. It's always been appropriate, but oftentimes the tragedies tend to eclipse the comic ones. Rabelais gets less attention and Molière gets more. Well, we want both. This is not an either or. But I'm a blues man, and the blues is tragic comic. And tragic comic means trying to muster courage to think, courage to love, and courage to hope in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, wrestling with the contradictions, ambiguities, and incongruities that are shot through each and every one of us, including our societies and our world. 26 years ago in this town, my beloved daughter was born. So Santa Fe is a very, very special place for me. I was talking to her today. She's now a fourth-year graduate student in German at Princeton, finishing up her dissertation and on her way to lecture at University of Vienna. She graduated 4 years ago. We were talking about that in Far Asian Studies, summa cum laude wonder. I shouldn't be bragging about my girl like that, but won the senior thesis prize. I love her. I'm proud of her. Proper pride, not sinful pride. Augustine didn't write for nothing. You know what I'm talking about. So when I think of St. John's, I really do have not only a smile on my face, but joy in my heart. I'd like to dedicate my words tonight to a 1948 graduate of St. John's College. He was my tutor at Harvard. Meant the world to me. His name was Rogers Alberton. He was chairman of the philosophy department at Harvard, ended up chairman of the philosophy department at UCLA. He taught for 50 years. He published 5 short essays in his whole career. And I say that to encourage the faculty here. It's true. Because we live in a time in which books are often too often fetishized and texts are idolized. And when you met Rogers Alberton, you knew that Socratic spirit was in motion. Peter Strawson, who was the finest English philosopher of his generation, I'm sure many recognize that name. I was blessed to sit in on many lectures by the great Peter Strawson, wrote Bounds of Sense and great essay, Freedom and Resentment. We can go on and on and on. He said Rogers Alberton is the top 10 philosophers in the world. And Hilary Putnam, who was part of the philosophic gang of 6, never in the history of this country, never in the history of the English-speaking world, I would say never in the history of the modern world, in the academy, has there been 6 towering philosophic geniuses all in the same building. W.V. Quine, John Rawls, Robert Nozick, my other tutor, Stanley Cavell, Hilary Putnam. Did I leave out any? And Nelson Goodman. Who said that? Raise your hand. That's exactly right, brother. I was just coming to Nelson. You know 6 of them. Oh, yes. Ways of world making. We can go on and on. Logical constructions of, oh my God. All in the same building, Emerson Hall. That's almost too heavy for Ralph Waldo Emerson himself. But the 7th was Rogers Alberton. Hillary Putnam said, I have never in my life met such a Socratic figure. He gives me the sense of what it was like to be in conversation with Socrates. That's a St. John's College graduate, 1948. And he taught the year after he graduated and then went on to Princeton. Wrote a wonderful dissertation on Plato's Philebus, and then decided to talk his way through the darkness with those 5 essays. Stanley Cavell writes about him and says he had the inimitable charisma of conversation, and his mind was so capacious that he would always question any conclusion he reached, and therefore he was highly suspicious of the permanency of the written word. Does that sound like St. John's College? Questioning. You come here to be unsettled. You come here to be unnerved. You come here to be unhoused. We are unleashing a Socratic energy in such a way that we will turn you upside down, and you will recognize, if only for a minute, your worldview, your vantage shall rest on pudding. That's called education. What the Greeks would call paideia. That's Rogers Alberton. You can imagine, here I am, young brother from the chocolate side of Sacramento, California, working with the Black Panther Party. I couldn't join the party because I'm a Jesus-loving free black man. So they were secular, atheistic. That was too dogmatic for me. They loved the poor. Yes, I'm there. They were working in the prisons. Yes, I'm there. I've taught in prisons for 49 years now. So I had an alliance with the Black Panther Party. Absolutely. Shaped by Shiloh Baptist Church with Irene B. West and Clifton West, mom and dad. I'll never be one half the human being they are. No matter how much soul craft, character formation I undergo, I still fall short. And they, like Socrates and Jesus, never wrote a book. Of course, Jesus had his finger in the sand, though, didn't he? Twice. And we don't know what he said. He just said, let the sister who you all are trashing as a so-called prostitute, let her go. What a Palestinian Jewish brother. Building on the rich tradition of prophetic Judaism that we will be talking about, tied to the legacies of Jerusalem, but at the same time, not obsessed with just texts and books and status and position and spectacle. Knowing what's at stake is what kind of human being you're going to choose to be from your mama's womb to tomb. And so you quiver and tremble, almost like Faust and Ram of the Mothers and Goethe's classic. Yes, that's what St. John's College at its best is about. Now, St. John's College at its worst, you can give personal testimony later on. Every institution, every empire, every society, every human being has the best and the worst. And you're just looking at a cracked vessel. That's all I am. In the language of W.H. Auden, trying to love my crooked neighbor with my crooked heart. But I'm here to be quite explicit and unequivocal in my fundamental commitment and solidarity with the great book's course of study and the ways in which it has the potential and is already manifest in a number of different ways in its fallible, fallen quest for truth, beauty, and goodness, and me as a Christian, holy, that it can be a leaven in the loaf. It could be in the language of old Albert J. Nock, right-wing brother, but still full of insight sometimes. Remnant, that powerful essay of his. He gets it in part from Matthew Arnold. Remnant, leaven in the loaf. in a moment of such overwhelming spiritual bankruptcy and moral decrepitude and political corruption, organized greed and weaponized hatred and institutionalized cruelty and routinized indifference. You know, the great Rabbi Heschel used to
What's
say,
up, JB?
indifference to evils.
Hey, best friend, how you doing, man?
Well, I don't know. How you doing, bestie?
Oh, I'm all right.
Well, good. Any comment on the show or this speech so far?
No, I'm just listening to it right now.
Well, it is a bit dry, but if you're a Cornell West fan, and I am, look, I this show is, I called it a vanity project, and it kind of is, but I just hope there are some people out there that are interested in the same things. Um, I'm not interested in a whole lot of drama, except on weekends, and even then, we may have to limit that some. So, but good to see you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So let us sally forth with Dr. West, unless you got something.
No, not just yet, man.
All right.
More insidious than evil itself. What a time to be alive. It reminds me actually of the last line of that magisterial text of Jacques Barzon, From Dawn to Decadence. He defines decadence.
Yep. Jacques Barzon, hero of mine. I own the book. Actually, I own the ebook and the paper book, softback.
Decadence is what? A falling off, falling down. But that last line echoes Wordsworth. Can we make it a moment, especially for our young people, where it's a joy to be alive? Those are some very Kairos-like moments. That's what Wordsworth felt. That's what Coleridge felt. They changed their mind as they grew older. Didn't necessarily mature. That's not Shakespearean rightness. That's getting older. It's not the same thing. And the beautiful thing about St. John's College is, no matter what the stereotype, no matter what attacks and assaults, it is an institution that is fundamentally committed to being both serious and playful, in the profound sense of playful. The way Heidegger talks about it, homo ludens. Serious and playful in the commitment to the life of the mind and the world of ideas tied to soul formation. I think it's no accident that our dear brother Scott Buchanan, one of the great founders of this movement, was a student of the inimitable Alfred North Whitehead. I think we need to spend much more time with Alfred North Whitehead. You all read Alfred North Whitehead undergrad? Oh, no, because you don't read secondary material, that's right. Oh. He said Western philosophy is a series of footnotes to Plato, which means don't read me. Read Plato, we get the point. No, but anybody who reflects on the legacies, the rich, the deep, the profound, but also ambiguous legacies of Athens and Jerusalem has to come to terms.
You know, it often fascinates me about these wannabe Black conservatives. So they'll call Cornell West a leftist while he's literally praising Plato. And it confuses me as to why. Look, these Black conservatives especially are mimickers of their white masters, and their white masters don't think that Black conservatives are smart enough to read Plato. So they just tell these Black conservatives what Plato says, but it's filtered through mediocrity. So, yeah, while a Black conservative just sees Cornel West as a leftist, they seem to ignore the more complicated three-dimensional picture of who Cornel West is and what he has been throughout his very long and storied career. I feel sorry for Black conservatives. They are indeed coons. And we know that coons are not humans. They're not as smart as humans. And that's what white people, the coon of coons, Massa, thinks he's literally a coon of coons. He's Ace Boone coon, but not a human, not one with a brain. So, coon of coons, thank white people for your freedom, son, because they gave it to you, but not to the rest of us Black people. We earned our freedom, but a white man gave it to you.
With Whitehead's classic Adventures of Ideas. Adventures of Ideas. In that second chapter, it's called The Human Souls. He's starting with paideia, starting with soul formation. And he says the progress of religion is defined by the denunciation of gods, with an S, idols. True for Socrates, true for Jesus. You see it in Hebrew scripture. You see it in the best of Quran. You see it in the best of Francis Bacon, the idols. Whitehead goes on to say what? He goes on to say the keynote of idolatry is contentment with prevalent gods with an S. He said, but oh, the legacy of Athens and the legacy of Jerusalem generates a noble discontent. A noble discontent. Later on in the chapter, he talks about it as a critical discontent. That's not a narrow ideological discontent. It's not a narrow political discontent. It has to do with when you are wrestling with the most profound conceptions of what it means to be human, whatever figure, whatever grand visionary thinker of any culture, civilization, but especially in the West. Because the West has disproportionately shaped who we are. We have to be honest and candid about that. That doesn't mean we remain solely tied to the West. I was looking at Joe Magnificent interview the other night, talking about Japanese voices. Crucial, of course. Crucial African voices. Crucial indigenous people's voices. Across the board. But we're talking at the level of what it means to be human, humando. That means burial. That we are those vanishing creatures and disappearing organisms on our way to burial. That's how Vico begins the new science, right? 1725. That's why Edward Said's so crazy about Vico. That's why Eric Auerbach, disciple of Vico. Death, not just physical death, connecting us with the dead. We quick for a while. Connected to the dead. Why? To enable us, to empower us, to have a thicker armor, to be able to bear witness in mustering the courage to think critically for ourselves, the courage to love unequivocally for ourselves, the courage to hope when all of the evidence historically could lead toward despair. A lot of people these days walk up to me, my brother, Brother West, I see you still smiling. What's going on? I can't believe it. Given all the catastrophes going on in the White House, the American empire, in the Middle East, all around the world. My God, my God. I say, you don't say. That I come from a particular tradition of a blues people who have been on intimate terms of catastrophe for 400 years. 244 years of barbaric slavery, the average slave dying at 27 years old. Then another 100 years, every 2.5 days, some black child, a woman, a man hanging from some tree, the strange fruit that Billie Holiday sang about with such power, and the Jewish brother Maripol writing the lyrics. That's what it is to be a blues person. Blues is catastrophe lyrically expressed. It is catastrophe artistically transfigured. It is catastrophe unflinchingly confronted. And you can hear it in the Ninth Symphony of a brother named Ludwig Beethoven. Where's that joy from Schiller's poem come from? Because he looks unflinchingly at the evil. And he doesn't reduce the catastrophe to a problem. That's always been the problem in the history of this country. That's one of the reasons why pragmatism was one of our magnificent indigenous philosophical traditions, but it doesn't come deep enough. We're problem solving, problem solving, problem solving. Well, there are certain things that are not just problems. They're catastrophes. There was never a Jewish problem between 1492 and 1945 in Europe. There were catastrophes visited upon Jewish brothers and sisters. And if we reduce it down to a problem, you already have a managerial mentality and sensibility, and you've given up on the deeper quest for paideia, deep education tied to formation of attention and cultivation of critical thinking and formation of maturation of compassionate personality. There's never been an indigenous people's problem in this country. There's been catastrophes visited upon. Don't deodorize the funk. Don't sanitize and sterilize precious human beings wrestling with spiritual, social, economic, political catastrophe, and yet somehow them mustering the courage to straighten their backs up. And what I would call following the anthem of black folk, which is lift every voice. It's not lift every echo. It's lift every voice. We live in a society of echoes, extensions of silos. Don't want to think for yourself. The they selves that Heidegger talked about with his both philosophic genius and gangster Nazi self in the same person. Rest with that for a while. There's the problem, same problem. Keeping track, whatever insights they have, and telling the truth about their brokenness and their complicity and their willingness to accommodate themselves to forms of evil we don't have a language for. Yes, indeed. When I encountered Brother Rogers, we had these conversations, and he would say, Brother West, we never had a black student in the philosophy department before. I said, I've never met a brother from St. John's College, First time I heard of it, and I know that's a high standard, so it had to go downward after that, because he's one of the grandest figures of the 20th century coming out of this place. Well, it's Annapolis, but I know you all are together. I know that, I know. 1937, 1964, oh, the tradition goes on in a beautiful way. But I said to myself, given my short time and space, how do I account for Emmett Till's mother, her only child, her only baby, who was murdered by cowardly white supremacist Sikh brothers? Dropped that body in Tallahatchie River, 14 years old, from south side of Chicago. They brought the body back, put it in the coffin. Roberts Temple Church of God in Christ had the funeral. They had cameras from all around the world because people couldn't believe this was America. And when she stepped to that lectern and looked over and saw her baby, tears flowing, she said, "I don't have a minute to hate. I will pursue justice for the rest of my life." What goes into the shaping of a spiritual maturity and a moral sense of what it is to be human? That when you're looking at your own baby and say, "I won't simply send hate back when hate is sent my way. I won't terrorize back when my baby's been terrorized. I won't traumatize back. I'll choose to be a wounded healer rather than a wounded hurter." Yes, those are the kind of questions St. John's College raises. Why? Because the legacies of Athens and the legacies of Jerusalem push all of us to wrestle with those kinds of questions. And you all know the stories. It could be Socrates against Thrasymachus. Speak to the younger generation. Speak to Glaucon. Speak to Admetus. Convince us. Because Thrasymachus has a strong presence. Not argument, presence. Like a lion, it says. He emerges. Socrates, lead us. It reminds me of the wonderful line again of a text. Jerusalem and Athens, in his case, I'm thinking about my dear brother Leo Strauss in March of 1967. Those preliminary reflections of his. When he starts off, he says, "Oh, my hope is based on trying to recover a past, and we must illuminate our," as he put it, well, what's the right word he's got? You all read it for yourself, though. But the word really is rudderless, it's stuckless. Looks like there's no way out whatsoever. That's what Leo Strauss is saying. What are we going to do? Here comes Jerusalem, mysterious God. Here comes Jerusalem, covenant with a hated, terrorized, traumatized people. Here comes Jerusalem, spreading hesed to the orphans and the widows and the fatherless and the motherless, not just for Israel, every nation. So that critique and self-critique fits into the prophetic witness. What an unleashing. That Hebrew scripture is a moral revolution in the history of the species. And we haven't even got to Job yet. No covenant, no temple, no chosen claims of a people. Just wrestling with suffering, wanting an answer, just like Ivan and Karamazov and Dostoevsky's classic. What's the answer for Job? No answer at all. Just manifestation of a divine power leading to what? Not resignation, but surrender. And that surrender constitutes a birth. Because the first thing he does is go help his friend. Fruit. Being fortified, fructified. When your armor's in place, you have the joy, a courage, you can't help but want to help somebody. Now I'm talking about the poetry in Job. I'm not talking about the prologue and the epilogue. That prose is something else. It gets complicated. You read a little Sam Terrian on Job, the poet of existence. It was that poem, one of the great examples of world poetry. And Job himself, not even Jewish, written by a Jewish writer. What is going on? Universality grounded in particularity. Just like traditions that you all come from, and just like the one I come from. So when Mama Teal stepped up to that lectern and told the world, when she didn't say this, she implied, you expected me to hate. I won't do it. You expected me to give in and cave in. I won't do it. I'm not talking about hatred and revenge. I'm talking about love and justice. But what if the chance of pursuing love and justice has the chance of a snowball in hell? Doesn't make any difference. That's how I choose to be. That's what she's saying. That's what I identify with. Martin King's the same way. Fannie Lou Hamer's the same way. Harriet Tubman was the same way. Legacies of Athens, legacies of Jerusalem, critically filtered through a people's doings and sufferings so that there's a creative appropriation without glib imitation. And Jacob Klein was right when he told the Secretary of Navy when they tried to take over the college, push St. John's out. You remember what he said? Secretary of Navy, I'm going to give you just a few minutes to give your argument as to why we shouldn't take over your college and shut it down because we need a base. Jacob Klein lit his pipe. It's true. He lit his pipe. He said, we at St. John's are trying to enact and promote the very thing that allows us to fight against the Nazis. If we lose integrity, honesty, decency, courage, compassion, concern about the orphan and the widow, if we lose Socratic inquiry, if we lose the capacity to engage in conversation and dialogue, even with others who we radically disagree with, but can still revel in their humanity and give them the right of being wrong. If you lose that, then what are you fighting for anyway? And it's a miracle the Secretary of Navy was affected by what Jacob Klein said. You all are still here. You still here. That's amazing. That's a miracle right there. Tell that to David Hume. That's a miracle, Brother Dave. Just like the birth of my child. That's a miracle. It's not a violation of a natural law. It's a miracle within the natural law. Get off your lapsed Presbyterian sensibility. Oh, no, we love David Hume. He's finest mind in the English language when it comes to philosophy. He really is. His skepticism was much more rigorous and austere than Jacques Derrida's was. I told Jacques Derrida that one day when I had lunch with him. I did. Because I was blessed to read David Hume at Princeton. You have to pick out a philosopher you read, and they question you for 3 hours. And I was blessed to chase David Hume. I had Carl Hempel, who's one of the most important philosophers of science in the 20th century, examining me on induction and Grew and a whole host of other things. And then David Hume made a big difference, still makes a difference. But
well, once again, hello, King Pix. That's actually funny. I might have to use that as a show. You know what? Actually, that is a show title. It made me laugh, so it qualifies. I I knew this would drive people away, but I need to do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this channel, we tend to get kind of serious during the week, a little bit more fuckery on the weekends, but in the end, we always try and keep a sense of some core of sanity. I guess I have come clean and said, I want this show to be monetized, but not at the expense of my soul. I need to be able to sleep between shows. I'm not going to do the mess unless it interests me and I just want to get into it. Sorry. We have done some Edmund Burke and now we're listening to Cornel West. It'll be like this during the week. It's news and kind of political philosophy. Look at the description of the channel. It literally says news, politics, culture, American history, characters welcome. And if your character is not up to speed, it is perfectly fine. We have had a lot of unsubscribers over the weekend and in the last week. However, Glorioski, and one day I'm going to have to show some Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Glorioski, I'm couple subscribers ahead. People are just curious. They'll hopefully they'll be interested. Anyway, what I'm saying here is I hope that some people, the 335 subscribers, are kind of interested in the same things that I am. Show ideas. It's in the bottom scroll there. If you got a show idea, contact me at Stanley versus the World at gmail.com. Spell out the verses. Support the show by supporting the host. There are a couple options that are in the scroll at the bottom. And by the way, I don't know. Let me have a look at this. These are supporters of last weekend, and I think I forgot to mention these are the sponsors of last week. I forgot to mention Mariah, who I am so sorry that I forgot to mention her as a supporter. I'm gonna have to remember to make special mention of her. As a matter of fact, let's just make her a sponsor of next Saturday's show. That way I don't forget. I am old, folks. So, and she's not here right now, so I can't flirt with her. Oh my goodness, that woman is not ugly. By the way. So but I mean it in the best possible way. Old men can be creepy when they flirt, apparently. So, God damn it. Next weekend's show is already sponsored by Mariah. And yeah, that works. This Saturday's show. Yep, that'll work. So anyway, let's get back to this video. And like I said, look, I know people get bored by this stuff, but I'm not.
But when it comes to what St. John's College is about, it is about the Negro National Anthem. Lift every voice. You can't be a blues woman if you don't find your voice. If you just echo, stay in Mike's basement after dark, you're not going to make it to the Apollo. It's true. So it is in our minds. So it is in our conversations. And it raises the question, do we actually have what it takes? And that's a tough one. And I would suggest to you that first thing we have to do is make sure that we've got subject matter in place so that we're not just chasing unicorns and centaurs. But to come to terms with forms of death. One of the problems of the United States is there's been roughly 70 empires. That's what our dear brother Neil Ferguson tells us. Since the beginning of the species, United States number 68. The United States is rare, if not alone among empires, because it denies it's an empire. It's not a good start. It's not a good start. And you look at U.S. Constitution, no reference to the institution of enslavement of African peoples. Denial. The great F.O. Matheson used to say in those magnificent lectures he gave at Harvard, He said, would we as an American people be unique among modern nations to move from perceived innocence to corruption without a mediating stage of maturity? That's the question of Melville. That's the question of Hawthorne and the Celestial Railroad. That's the question of Faulkner. That's the question of Toni Morrison. There's another comic writer that I wish you all would put on the list. His name is Nathaniel West. Now, you don't have to push Chekhov off to put Brother Nathaniel on there. But Nathaniel West understood this very well in Day of the Locust and Miss Lonely Hearts, and one of the greatest novelists still working. Builds on Nathaniel West. His name is Thomas Pynchon. Denial, denial. Death ducking, death dodging, death denying is a sign of immaturity, which means you're never able to go back and mobilize the best of your past that goes all the way back for the West to Athens and Jerusalem and Rome, let alone Paris and London, and on its way to India, Nigeria, Guatemala, in conversation, Japan, Korea, and so on. And that's, I think, what Strauss was wrestling with. There's a wonderful line at the end of Brother Alan Quelzo and Brother James Hankins' work, The Golden Thread. It has put out 2 huge, beautiful volumes trying to recover the Western tradition. And that last line says, do we have what it takes to make it through the labyrinth of lies and illusions that darken our path as we try to find a way on the other side? Same question. Same question for us. So in one sense, I think there's a sense in which this present moment is unprecedented. I was having that wonderful discussion with my dear brother Crane and Sister Crane, his beloved daughter, that came all the way from Los Angeles. So good to see you. What class are you in, my brother? 76, St. John's College. Good God Almighty. It's just, I didn't know there's so many St. John's folk running around the country like that. Oh, and he's Harvard Law too. When we were, I don't want to digress, but it's not a digression at all. We were talking about this. How do young people engage in countercultural, counter-hegemonic thinking and witness, not in a spirit of self-righteousness? Nobody's pure and pristine or free of spot or wrinkle, but trying to do the best that you can to connect the best of the past and see the pastness working in the present, in the wonderful language of T.S. Eliot and tradition and individual talent. And do it in such a way that it unleashes the best of who we are as a species. Because I do believe that we are a profoundly wretched and wicked species. I really do. Probably because I look at myself. I struggle every day. But when Hegel said history was a slaughter bench, Edward Gibbon said it's nothing but a human register of crimes and follies. He wrote The Decline of the Roman Empire. They have a profound point. And the best that we human beings have been able to do, not just now, but in the past, is create moments of interruption that hold back the organized greed and weaponized hatred and institutionalized indifference and cruelty. You can choose any moment in the history of the species, and you see exactly what Dostoevsky's talking about in The Grand Inquisitor. He's talking about the children killed. He's talking about the cruelty, the gratuitous violence, finding pleasure in the violence. Tigers and lions don't do that. You all know that. And my beloved elephants, no, not at all. They bury their dead like us. They can be mean, but they don't get gratuitous violence, something about us. Oh, Brother West, that sounds so pessimistic. That sounds so full of resignation. Is that off of Schopenhauer? No. No, not at all. Arthur's deeply pessimistic, but he loves his dog. His 2 spaniels. He loves Rosini. And he knew he was producing a younger generation that had to be shaken out of their superficial optimism because they had uncritically invested in scientific method and technology as if somehow science and technology would be the source of some fundamental betterment and there would be automatic progress. Get off the crack pipe. That's what Arthur was saying. He's right. And that's precisely why the Joseph comrades, who deserve much more attention, comes out of Schopenhauer. Tolstoy had Schopenhauer on his wall, just like John Rawls had Abe Lincoln on his wall. Richard Rorty had William James on his wall. W.V. Quine had Rudolph Carnap on his wall. These folk mean something. Heidegger had Dostoevsky on his wall. Shattered his Catholicism, moving toward the Nazism. They don't call that progress, but Dostoevsky will shake you up. Is that true, students? You all read Dostoevsky over and over again, right? I try to read him once a year just to keep me honest. It's true. The most powerful critique of Christianity written by a Christian, the most powerful critique of religion in the modern world written by a religious person. How paradoxical can you get? Now, he's got some anti-Jewish sensibilities and hatred you need to push back. He's got anti-Polish hatred you need to push back. But again, the insight. How do we, especially young folk, students, how do you all come into a site with this history, which is ambiguous? And what I mean by ambiguous is St. John's College historically has looked like the National Hockey League. And I've been here many times. The National Basketball Association looks a little different than the National Hockey League. Now, the beautiful thing about St. John's is what? It's a whosoever will. See, that holding black and brown indigenous people back. We just need to have examples. We need to have efforts so that all of us can fall in love with the life of the mind and connect arete and excellence to mustering the courage to think, to hope, to love, to serve, to empty oneself. Kenosis. See, that's what we need. Now, the fascinating thing is that Emmett Till's mother, she didn't need to come to St. John's. And she was already further along than a lot of folk who were still reading Euclid's Elements at St. John. I'm not talking about anybody in this room, but there were some folk at St. John who needed to work on their souls and character. Meaning what? Meaning that in the end, as much as we focus on college and university, the majority of our fellow citizens never go to college. You got to keep that in mind. It's only about 48%. You see. Thank God that Faulkner didn't go to Harvard. Thank God that Miles Davis dropped out of Juilliard. Now, the first president of Juilliard, who was John Erskine, wrote that wonderful essay, The Moral Obligation to Be Intelligent, which is part of the founding of the Great Books Movement. So there's a connection between the Great Books Movement and the arts and music. Very important to keep in mind. But even as we attempt to rejuvenate and regenerate and renew what Leo Strauss called return in his Progress and Return essay, that we're not the only ones. So we don't want to never engage in navel gazing. If we don't get it together, the whole civilization goes under. No, not at all. Not at all. James Baldwin never went to college, but 2 of them went through him. I'm glad John Coltrane didn't go to college. Stephen Sondheim did go, but he didn't need to. He was already studying with a giant named Oscar Hammerstein II. Did you all see the point I'm making? Human beings, fellow citizens around the world, different corners of the country are already raising the questions that you all have a chance to wrestle with. It's just you all get a chance to have face-to-face, unmediated relation, I-thou relation in the language of Martin Buber, with these great texts. And these at their best are the kind of texts, as Emerson said of Montaigne, when you cut these sentences, they bleed, because something is at stake more than just a career. We're talking about a calling, a St. John's calling. More is at stake than just a profession. No, we're talking about your vocation. The way Socrates hears the dime on him. The way Weber talked about vocation, those two great essays of 1917 and 1919, or Emerson talked about it in American Scholar. Beruf in the deepest sense. And of course, we're talking about, as I mentioned before, what kind of human beings we're going to choose to be. Samuel Beckett used to say his favorite word in the English language was perhaps. Is Beckett on the list? Oh.
Uh-oh, here we go.
No, I'm going to meddling now. I know that. I'm going to meddling. I think Beckett ought to be on your list. Oh, my God. Perhaps. Look at the grimness, the dimness, the darkness. Look at the overwhelming cowardliness. Look at the collapse of any civic courage and still muster the ability to fight. Samuel Beckett was the one who fought the Nazis and almost died while Jean-Paul Sartre was writing his wonderful plays, sipping teas in the cafes under the Vichy regime. Think about that. Oh, he's so dark. He's so pessimistic. He's a fighter still. That's the bottom line. The proof is in the pudding. I've been to jail with a whole lot of pessimists. We have fascinating conversations in those cells. Because I believe in retail pessimism, not wholesale. We all ought to be pessimistic about the way the world has been and is, of course. We just don't allow it to have the last word. Not the wholesale. Because in the end, no one can live their pessimism or their nihilism or their wholesale skepticism. You know the wonderful essay by Michael Burton, Can the Skeptic Live His or Her Skepticism? Nobody believes that you can suspend your judgments because there's no rational foundations, and therefore the death of a mosquito on the wall has the same value as the death of your mama. And you say, well, I'm just following the logic. I'm just following the logic. Please. You know you're lying. You can't live your nihilism. Well, I can blow my brains out. No, that just means you put too much stress on life. And you exercise your will to take yourself out. That's still engagement. So nihilism is always a challenge. The great Stanley Cavell used to talk about this all the time in terms of skepticism. There's always a truth in skepticism, but no one can live wholesale skepticism. They're just playing academic games, give them tenure. I shouldn't have said that. Tenure can be a wonderful thing. It's true. You don't fetishize it. But for young people, the challenge is going to be, and there's no doubt in my mind, there's a remnant. There is a cloud of witnesses coming out of the 12th chapter of Hebrews. Every generation of Socratic, prophetic folk building on the best of Athens, the best of Jerusalem, in our late modern, quasi-modern, post-modern, neo-fascist moments, not just here, but around the world. That's the dominant tendencies right now. That happens to be the circumstances under which young people are being shaped and molded. Just like we were shaped by the 60s and the 70s. It was a hot moment in the Ice Age. Now the Ice Age is colder than ever. Almost like Satan at the end of Dante's Inferno. Ice. Ice. But melting is always a possibility. And melting has to do with the kind of fire that a classical education at its best. I'm not talking about the stereotype. I'm not talking about some partial appropriation of it. I'm talking about something deeply human.
No, I seriously wish this point about the classical education, I just wish, because I don't even know that it's that expensive, but we got to get back to, if we have to do a regression, it will be back to a more classical way of education. It's not possible. We're not going back, but I believe this or not. My sister, me, and my sister and I, and my brother about 13 years later, got about the closest thing you could get to a classical education in a Catholic context in Savannah. Same sort of education Clarence Thomas had, by the way. And I recommend it. And you can do it at home. Now, I don't know that you want to teach Latin because that can be frustrating to children, but wait till they're in high school. But never learned Greek real well though. But Latin I actually did learn. So it helps. And what we call in education now, and my son's at a fairly decent college. I think the liberal arts education today is trash. And even the scientists, even the physicists, the chemists, the engineers, you need a good classical education. I'm sorry, good liberal arts foundation. But we're not getting it. America is turning our education system into a trade school, factory to work. I'm sorry. It's a kindergarten to practical job pipeline, K through 12, and then the post secondary education. It's factory to job. It's factory to make money or make money for your bosses pipeline. And we're letting them.
Human. The last thing we need in America right now, let alone the world, is for people to think that conservative right-wing brothers and sisters who I love, I give them the right of being wrong, have some monopoly on the classical tradition. No, that tradition's too rich. It's too deep. It's subject to multiple interpretations. There'll always be conservatives. There'll always be right-wing. There'll always be centrists. There'll always be progressives. There'll always be a variety of different voices. And the magnificent faculty here, the heavy teaching load, echoes of Rogers Alberton. Loving the students enough to push them. Loving the students enough to not be able to do as much research as you would like. That's serious. That's deep love of life of the mind, of young folk. Don't ever believe that you're not making a difference. You're creating moments of interruption, critical thought, witness of love and justice, organizing and mobilizing if we're strong enough to bring power and pressure to bear, on the prevailing unjust status quo. But in the meantime, and I'm going to end on this, I also hope that you all have a joy. It's very important, a joy. Because our society is just so vacuous. It's a joyless quest for insatiable pleasure, stimulation, titillation, distraction, addiction, no joy. No joy. And joy is a fruit of love, of truth, beauty, goodness, neighbor. As a Christian, I include enemy. I'm serious about that. Just like Emmett Till's mama. But that love and that joy, the powers that be can't take away. Because you've decided to be a certain kind of human being before the worms get your body. And to leave some kind of legacy tied to not just resistance, but remembrance and reverence for something bigger than just you. That's why when Confucius talks about piety of family, that's why when Hebrew scripture talks about honor mom and dad, that's not sounding brass and tinkling cymbal. It's the most honest and candid conception of what George Santayana called natural piety that John Dewey picks up in A Common Faith. Keeping track of the sources of good in your own life that you know have sustained you in the face of overwhelming despair and disappointment and dread. And in many ways, our dear brother Jeff Stout was one of the greatest examples of that. He really is. He's my colleague at Princeton. He just gave the Gifford Lectures 2017, was kind enough to dedicate those Gifford Lectures to myself and another brother. And then I was able to come back and give the Gifford Lectures a few years later and dedicate it to him and my wife. How come? Because we're trying to hold on for dear life to that perhaps. And that perhaps is enabling enough for us to still hold on to a joy. And then also know that there's some people at St. John's College trying to do the same thing. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, let's see. Where are we? We are at 446. I don't know. I am tempted to end it here. What should I do? What should I do? I do want to show this Barzun thing. If I do it now, then I won't have to show it later. I've been holding on to this for quite some time. And since Cornel West mentioned Barzun, this is an hour and it might work out with my timeline. The link is posted. Hit it if you want. But this, honestly, this dude is like a legend. And I think I don't know how old he was when he did this interview. He lived to like, I think it was 102 or something. And I think this interview was done when he was in his 90s. I'm not absolutely sure about his age in this, but he did live to like a very old age and married a younger woman. He was a Columbia student and professor forever, and then wound up like moving to San Antonio with his second wife. I think his first wife died, and he wound up marrying a younger woman. She was an artist and convinced him to move to San Antonio, and apparently he thrived there too. So this is the great Jacques Barzun. And I haven't watched this in a while, so it'll be new to me too.
Born 1907 in Créteil, France, Jacques Barzin enjoyed an artistic upbringing. Barzin's father, a poet who claimed to have created simultaneous poetry, transformed the Barzins' Parisian home into a center of the emerging modernist art movement at the turn of the century. As a child, Barzin encountered the Cubist painters Glaise and Duchamp and the musician Varese. Marie Laurencin painted his portrait, and the poet Apollinaire taught him to tell time on a watch. This artistic background laid the foundation for Barzin to become one of today's foremost scholars, teachers, and authors in the field of cultural history. During 1918, the horrors of World War I took their toll on a young Barzin, leading to depression. A change of surroundings was prescribed, and so Barzin's father, who had come to the United States on a diplomatic mission during the war, brought Barzin to America in 1920. Jacques Barzin enrolled at Columbia University in 1923, where he stayed as a student and later as a teacher for over 50 years. At Columbia, he found himself drawn to cultural history, a new branch in the study of history. He graduated at the head of his class in 1927 and shortly became an appointed lecturer in history. In 1932, he received his PhD at Columbia and became a full professor in 1945, specializing in the field of cultural history of the modern period. Barzin strongly supported Columbia's newly created core curriculum program, a first in the nation. He saw the core curriculum in culture and humanities as an endless fight against the specialization of education at other universities. He believed the core curriculum was crucial in enlarging the vision of the students and developing their minds. Barzin served as dean at Columbia University from 1955 to 1967. He retired as a university professor in 1975. Barzin has published over 42 authored, edited, or translated titles on a broad array of subjects, including Darwin, Marx, Wagner, A Critique of a Heritage in 1941, Berlioz and the Romantic Century in 1950, The House of Intellect in 1959, and The American University in 1968. His indispensable guide, The Modern Researcher, has sold over 1 million copies. Barzin's latest work is From Dawn to Decadence, 500 Years of Western.
I want to make a point here. I've read From Dawn to Decadence and still haven't finished it. I probably have 200 pages left, but I got the point. You must read this book. And there are intellectual histories that are similar to it that are as sweeping and probably better. But this one was published, I think, in 2000, and it's still worth reading. And the reason I recommend it is he actually has a sense of humor. It's actually, there are a couple chuckles in there with his comments about intellectual history. I also wrote, he did more like, I wouldn't call them textbooks, but guides on how to write. And the one that I highly recommend is called Simple and Direct. That's the name of the book. It's a very short guide as to how to write things like papers in college. Simple and direct. You don't need fancy language and all that stuff. And I learned it from Hemingway. But, I read this book maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So, and then The House of Intellect, it's kind of dated, but I have read it, or at least a portion of it. So, if you get into Barzin, read that too. Lots of stuff he's written. Not all of it is, Not all of it holds up. Dawn to Decadence does. Simple and Direct actually holds up.
Cultural Life, 1500 to present. This highly acclaimed work, which examines the religious, artistic, and social revolutions that shaped the last 5 centuries of Western culture, is the culmination to this point.
It's so funny, Natasha. I don't even remember mentioning the book. It's not that the book changed my life, but I did give it to my son. And my son is actually, now I don't think he's a good writer. I do not think he can write worth shit. His spelling is horrible. However, he has never made a B in an English class. He's never made a B. And I kid you not, I'm not even bragging. He's never made a B in a class that required writing. And honestly, it's not because he's a good writer. It's because his teachers had low standards. Dude, let me tell you, my sister is my sister's a retired English teacher. And when he was writing his essay or essays for college, he and I agreed that his aunt needed to work with him on his writing because, dude, I am cruel and unusual. I have a story to tell about teaching my brother, who's 13 years younger, math. When I was a teenager, my mother was pissed off at me for like 2 months. That's why I never became a teacher. My mother actually said, well, you should get a teaching certificate in case you ever have to fall back on it. And I looked at her and I reminded her of me teaching my brother times tables. And you know what? She did not disagree with that assessment. I'm like, do you really want to inflict me? Dude, my own son did not want me to check. He wouldn't let me check his homework either. He learned that at like 7 or 8. Nope, don't check my homework. I'm laughing, but it also points to me as being a horrible human being. It's like, I'm hoping what he actually thought is, no, he'll just want to take it over and do it himself. I think what they really meant is, no, you'll just mock us if we don't meet the standard. So this means I'm a horrible human being, folks. Not that they're wrong. It is a problem with me. I freely admit that. So let's get back to this video before I reveal too much.
80 years spent studying our cultural life. Barzun was twice president of the National Institute of Arts and Letters. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature, a director of the Peabody Institute of Music and Art in Baltimore, and a director emeritus of the Council for Basic Education in Washington. Barzun is a member of the Society of American Historians, the American Philosophical Society, and the Académie Delphi in Grenoble, among others. He has received a gold medal for belles lettres and criticism by the American Academy of Arts and Letters.
Belles lettres.
Jacques Barzun is an inspiration for liberal education, especially through his courses at Columbia, and is one of America's foremost cultural historians. Liberty Fund welcomes you to a conversation with Jacques Barzun.
And I'm going to have to tell you this. If Cornel West is a hero, or Frederick Douglass is a hero, this guy's a hero of mine as well. Dude is just flat out motherfucking brilliant and a legend. Seriously, a legend. And he doesn't get talked about enough. And I am so gratified that Cornel West brought him up in that speech we just watched. He's the first person I've ever heard, at least recently and in public, talk about Jacques Barzun. He didn't die that long ago, to be honest.
Jacques, you were born in France, spent your early years there. Why don't we begin by you telling us a bit about your early childhood and your family?
And if the volume is low, please turn up your volume. I can't correct it on this side.
Some of the makers of the new 20th century culture was made. The Cubist painters and their counterparts in poetry and music and novel writing. As a child, my environment was, so to speak, poetry readings, music played at home, and endless discussions, which I didn't fully understand, among these young hotheads who were creating a new style. Until about the age of 6 or 7, I thought that the world consisted of artists and then a whole lot of other people who were service people, like lawyers, dentists, plumbers, and so forth. Art was at the top of the pyramid. I've changed my mind about that, but it was a great influence, and I think it had something to do with the fact that when I came to write history, I wanted it to be cultural.
Yeah, it would, actually.
Well, First World War must have had an effect on life then.
Oh, yes, and a very damaging effect. Toward the end of it, in 1918, I fell quite gravely ill, and nobody could diagnose what it was, and I was in a state of depression, and apparently, I don't remember, I talked of suicide and things like that, because the endless experience of having people whom I knew reported dead, or seeing them come back, like the poet Apollinaire, completely shattered, shaken up, and soon to die, had got me into a state of disgust with life. That's what it was. I couldn't stand it anymore. And so I was taken out of school, and the very good family physician, very wise man, said, take him to a place where everything is new. So my mother took me to a resort on the English Channel, where everything was new, because vacations were generally spent in Grenoble, in the Alps, where my family comes from, and where I would run into cousins and aunts and so on, and there would not be a new set of surroundings, and would not, I suppose, create both the curiosity and the shock of novelty. And after about 3 months, I recovered, and have never had any recurrence of depression.
How old were you then?
I was between 11 and 12.
Well, when you were 13, you certainly came someplace new. You came to America.
That's right.
What sort of impressions did you have when you first came here?
I hope this won't strike you as a high hat, but I felt in detail, and also as a generality, that this country was about 10 years behind the rest of the world. It was, in a way, confirmed, this impression, 10 years later, when the soldiers who had been to Europe went back to France, particularly, and acquired all sorts of habits and tastes, familiarity with modern art, for example, and came back to this country and brought up the country to that same cultural level, and the cultural lag, the gap, was closed and hasn't reopened ever since. I also got an impression that was strange. Everybody was extremely cordial and welcoming and warm immediately. One was invited to dinner by people one had recently met. Unthinkable in France. One does not penetrate the family until after a long period of probation.
You mentioned that in God's country and mine, but that egalitarianism, that openness to all, of course, has its downside as well as its upside. Something you brought out in an essay you wrote on conversation some time ago, that immediate openness also makes it difficult to have a real discussion, at least if there's an argument involved in it.
Well, that is true. I should have mentioned that. That was very noticeable, that the conversation was, for the most part, chit-chat or gossip of a pleasant sort, and references to things that everybody knew. There was no digging into any question, pursuing an idea, because people might differ and nobody contradicted anybody else. It was impossible, for example, to say that you didn't like a play that you had seen and that many people liked. That would be taken as a reflection on their judgment, their taste. And so one learned to be very careful.
I'd like to pursue this equality a little bit further, such an important feature of American life.
It's a difficult question because equality is not a uniform substance, so to speak. For example, the charge now of elitism suggests that equality has been in some way violated. But at the same time, there's a universal cry for excellence, particularly in schools. Now, those are incompatible aims, and so one has to learn where equality is required, and more particularly the forms, the words that are to be used to express equality.
You spent your entire academic career at Columbia University. Student there, professor, provost, and Columbia has some great names associated with it. Yourself, Lionel Trilling, Mark Van Dorn, Polycarp Cush. It was an institution that had a real, I was going to say a vibrant life, but then that would be redundant. It had a quality made up by all of those people together over a period of years. And there are other institutions, of course, that have had that in the past. Chicago for a while in political science and economics, Vanderbilt in literature, Yale in literature. You see less and less of it today. Is that a loss, as it appears to me, or is the newer atmosphere with professors coming and going every 4 or 5 years, is that adding to the academic life?
Well, the shifting around of professors and programs and so on has been very damaging to the university. I shouldn't say much about the current university because I've been out of touch since 1975. But up to that point, one can distinguish two distinct periods. The one right after the war, when everything that you just mentioned was booming. Intellect, new programs, the influence of the post-war return of people who'd served, say, on the American committees for the peace making at Versailles. All those things were energizing in a way that lasted till about 1940. Then came the war, and after the war, the change in the character of the university, partly through the new habit of government support for programs and foundation support for programs, and the allegiance of the faculty turned from inside to outside. to be eminent, one had to have a grant, a project, filing cabinets and secretaries. And that changed the character of the university until now until by the time that I left it, the individual professor was a kind of loose cannon, doing what he wanted and expecting his reward not from teaching or not even from standard scholarship, but from external activities, some of them very interesting and some of them very important, but still something quite different.
You've written that, at least as far as the humanities are concerned, for undergraduate education, there's no place for an elective curriculum.
That's right.
Now, that's a charge I think would be disagreed with by a great number of people in the university world today. What's your argument for a curriculum laid out in advance for the student that they should take?
The school and the university were traditionally the carriers of tradition, telling the young where they were, how things came to be as they were, and suggesting difficulties and problems still to be settled. That seemed a fairly sensible program. And in order to carry it out, one has to learn history, literature, understand the language in its formation and present use, plus acquire a knowledge of all the sciences and social sciences that one can in a short time, 4 years in the college and preparation for those 4 years. Now, to turn that upside down and say that colleges and universities are there to instruct the young in how to reform society is an entirely different program. There might very well be colleges for that purpose, but then one would have to choose one's college. Not every young person, and certainly not every parent, wants to subsidize children to follow that very different program.
Well, if it was true in the past that you had the students on the one hand saying we want to take whatever we wish to take, and you had a faculty on the other that thought that all things being equal, it ought to be able to prescribe what students should learn, that has now changed so that the faculty seems to be much less united on the issue. If one raises in a faculty discussion this question, what ought an educated person be today? And what courses ought we to prescribe for students so that they become educated while they're here and while they're training towards their profession? I think it's very likely you would not get much agreement on that. What's happened to destroy the faculty's confidence in its ability to prescribe courses?
Well, one easy answer is that the faculties now are the product of that time of physical and intellectual rioting. And they have lost the idea of the university as set forth, let us say, by Cardinal Newman in the book of that title, The Idea of a University. Another thing that has contributed to what you described is that the lower schools have gradually given up their own mission to instruct. They want to educate, and that's a very different thing.
How so?
You instruct people in how to do things, and you cannot educate them. And an attempt to educate is bound to fail. Education is a process that goes on in the self, by the self, maybe with a little advice here and there, but with the elements that result from instruction, such as thinking straight, separating one thing from another, not being dazzled by formulas, ideas, ideas in quotation marks, those things that float around and are not really ideas, but just slogans or phrases. All that housekeeping of the.
Yeah, that slogans or phrases, it means echo chamber. And that's just about every YouTube panel that I tend to watch these days in the quote blackosphere. It's all it's all slogans. It's all what you heard on the last panel. So I just had to interject that.
Mind has to be done in the lower schools through teaching arithmetic and composition and all the rest.
One great difference between college teaching and teaching at the pre-collegiate level is that college teachers do not receive an education at the hands of teachers' education schools. Those who teach in the K through 12 area do, of course. Now, without saying that all college teachers are good teachers by any means, it does lead to the question of, are we doing something wrong in our schools of teacher education? Is that part of the difficulty we face in trying to reform K through 12 education?
It's a very great problem because born teachers are extremely few. I think they're fewer than born poets. And the proof of that assertion is very simple. You're a stranger in a town and you've lost your way. You ask the first person who comes along, man or woman, how to recover your path, and watch the kind of answer that you get. Perhaps 1 out of 50 will direct you in an intelligible way and really put you on the track. All the others, because you have to ask 3 or 4 before you really find your way, are potential teachers who don't know how to teach. That is the fundamental teaching situation. Now, given that fact of nature, we have to make tolerable teachers out of people who are not really gifted for it. And that requires a number of things. In the first place, persons with intellectual interests. A teacher, in a modest way, is an intellectual. In the second place, to obtain suitable material, you have to pay a good salary, not necessarily equal to that of a lawyer or a physician, but way up in the category of high professional people. And then comes the question, what special training should they get in order to teach? There is such a thing as pedagogy. It used to be a subject, and it deals with exactly the problems that I've indicated by the instance of asking your way when you've lost it. In addition to that, they must know subject matter, and the best way to prepare them in that department is to give them a liberal arts education. And then comes the final difficulty for us today. Where will they get a proper liberal arts education? Many of the leading universities and many of the leading colleges no longer provide it. They provide a pseudo-specialist education, which may be good or bad, but which is not a liberal arts education. Only some of the lesser known colleges, colleges that would be considered in some quarters backward, do a good job in giving a liberal arts education.
In 1939, you wrote a book titled Of Human Freedom. It's a theme you've written on many, many times. You've written about human freedom politically, its relation to tyranny, and you've written about it internally. But let me come back to the issue of tyranny for a minute. If there is a one large issue of our time that people have tended to take sides on and to have themselves counted on, it has been the issue of the Cold War, at least externally. And many, many academics, either sided with the Soviet Union in that issue, or if they didn't side there, they tended to think that the issue was a draw, as it were, that there was a moral equivalence between what the United States stood for and what the Soviet Union stood for. And even prior to that, or not prior to it, but prior to World War II and the first year or two of it, certainly many academics in Germany supported the Nazis. So it's not clear that the track record of academics is very good when it comes to opposing tyranny. Why is that the case? One would think that of all groups, academics who depend on, for their livelihood on freedom of inquiry and speech would be very much opposed to tyranny.
The issue is not posed as do you favor tyranny or not? And I think one has to understand the background of the dictatorships in order to pass judgment. That background was the feeling very strong in the last 2 decades of the 19th century and the first of the 20th, very strong feeling that society had gone adrift, that there were all sorts of small tyrannies, that the poor, the working people were exploited, that in the upper ranges of society, there was a social war going on between groups, the robber barons, the people who were for imperialism and exploited the colonies, dissatisfaction with society as a whole. And it reached such a point that it has been called by a very great modern historian, Fritz Stern, cultural despair. And that cultural despair opened the way to any number of, in quotation marks, solutions. One was fascism in Italy, the other was Nazism in Germany. And before that, it had been the Russian Revolution, which was, as you know, liberal at first and then turned into dictatorship. In other words, the feeling became quite strong that some stern measures had to be taken with Western civilization in order to make it live up to its own ideals. And the question was then for the Germans or the Russians or the French or people outside Europe, what is the price to be paid? And for a long time, the price was not written on the ticket. Many intelligent people believed that capitalism was a form of tyranny in itself, and that anything that substituted a better system was an improvement towards liberty and not towards tyranny. And it was only after the revelations of massacres in Russia on a large scale that disillusionment began to make headway.
Mm-hmm. You've also written about the internal aspects of freedom. You once wrote, "Democracy and freedom mirror nature." What did you mean by that?
I suppose I meant the chaos, the disorderliness that produces good results.
Right, it's not orderly, and there does seem to be a desire, perhaps I don't mean to limit this to academic life at all, for order. It does relieve anxiety a great deal.
No doubt. The only difficulty, of course, is whose order, enforced by whom and how, and to what end. The idea of ends anyway is one that's compulsory. We have to have an aim, a mission, and we must work to fulfill it. But how we do it and whether the end is good is something that we only find out afterwards, so that we're perpetually in the state of disorder as we strive for order.
You mentioned in the book on freedom that the issue is the issue of absolutism and relativism. And interestingly enough, I say interesting because I think many people who hold your views on a variety of subjects might come down differently. You say it's relativism we should choose.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because in the book that I'm about to publish, I have a section on relativism, and I attack the notion held by many good people, worthy moralists and social critics, that relativism is the cause of all our troubles. There's a very simple answer to their contention. Whose absolutism are we going to accept instead of the relativism that they complain of? They attribute to relativism things that are not properly its fault. For example, they think that if you're a relativist, one thing is just as good as another. That a primitive culture is the equivalent of high civilization. That doesn't follow at all. Relativism implies relation to something, to a standard, to a command, to an ideal, to anything that you want to name. All judgments are relative.
But people are very uncomfortable with that. Isn't it because they think that you are implying that there's nothing behind the opinion that stands on its own, that it is simply relative to your own view? And therefore, of two views of justice, let's say, which is the political question, what is justice? One answer is right to people A, different answer altogether is right for people B.
That's the history of morals all over the world. Morality is not the same everywhere. In Africa, having 4 wives is a sign of eminence. Here, it's a sign of criminality. Now, the question must be discussed. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily both right, but are they right in relation to X, Y, or Z? Where are we going to get the absolute standard? And I repeat my question, whose absolutism? Is it going to be Islamic, or Christian, or Buddhist?
But that's placing the question in a very different way by starting with whose, because that starts with an authority, and it's just a matter of culture and authority. The older way was to say the Aristotelian way, there are n ways of discussing courage. There are n views of murder, n views of justice. Let's try to understand which is the true view. Is that simply a wrong way of approaching it? Is that going to lead to absolutism?
I don't know, but it seems to me that the way to discuss the question is by judging consequences. Even the Bible says that you shall judge them by their fruits, whatever they are, a principle, a people, a religion.
But doesn't that leave open the question of how you judge the fruits or the benefits? Or isn't that taken for granted somehow?
Yes, but you see, that's an infinite regress. You ask what's behind the thing being discussed. Where are we going to find a backstop?
Well, I suppose that's precisely the question. Is there no backstop?
Well, anybody who has access to the mind of God has the backstop. But whoever claims that is open to argument also.
All right, let me give a specific example.
Yeah.
In this country, a decision was made that because
Sorry,
of the
I
principle of
found that
equality,
response funny.
slavery is a morally wrong thing. There are other countries still today that practice it. Is there any way of getting to the issue of whether it is or is not morally wrong? Or is that simply a matter of which culture one belongs to?
I think that puts the problem in a somewhat biased way, particularly because of the use of the word culture. We've got all of us used to saying that the culture is a determinant and so on, in relation to culture and so on. The intellectual argument must be based on something much more definite than this vague power we call culture. in relation to what is slavery to be judged? In other words, have we any other ideas, such as a conception of man as a human creature, which makes slavery absurd, horrible, injudicious, all sorts of consideration, not just a yardstick applied to the piece of cloth. And it is the compound of these relative judgments, half a dozen, 20, that ultimately determines in any society what is done and what is not done, whether prisoners are executed or imprisoned, or as it used to be among the Eskimos, that a murderer was simply asked to leave the tribe and he would go to another tribe where he was accepted without any questioning. That's one way to deal with murder. In early England, you paid a fine for murdering somebody. Murder is the name of a fine, not of a crime. So all these facts lead us to consider a great many more things than the yes or no of a moral question.
What is the problem that we face, whether it's in history, cultural studies, and public policy with science? It seems.
Well, I'm going to stop it here because I am coming up on 5.5 hours, and I do not want to have to manually edit. So we will pick this up more than likely. I may just open the show with the rest of this interview tomorrow. Should be back around 3 or 3:30. I enjoyed it. And everyone have a good night. And someone give Seymour a smooch. I may actually use his name in tomorrow's show just to kind of fuck with his very small brain. So see more of y'all later.